Hello, how we all doing tonight? It is Saturday. I am here. You all are here. Thank you for hanging out with me tonight, Saturday night. I'm doing some campaign prep. Getting ready. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I'm your friendly neighborhood Prax. Welcome to the channel. I stream your friendly neighborhood TTRPGs and actually getting ready for the fun times of streaming some high-level D&D in the near future, which will be very cool, very cool. Welcome in. It'll be fun. And everything today that we discuss will be lore, or we might build some NPCs probably. But a couple of my players end up in my chat, and I'm okay with that. They can hang out. Hi, Pope. Wave. Nice audience. But it's never a problem, because I have plenty of time to create wonderful things to do for my players in the near future. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. But yes, I guess the thing that we should do is I should show you a thing. Oh, hey, Jim. Welcome in. Oh, you had to cancel. Oh, I'm sorry you had to cancel your game tonight. Well, you're drifting. Well, you can drift around here. Welcome to drifting. We're okay. We accept drifting. How's everyone else doing? I don't want to show you that. That's too much, but I want to show you this. All right. But I feel like you should see something, because a couple of my players are... Yeah, good luck, Jim. I can show you this, because... So, I should preface this by saying I've been working on this campaign on stream for a while. I do a lot of campaign building off stream, too. Let me know if the music's too loud. It's fine for me, but I know that sometimes it can be loud for other people, and I don't want it yelling in your ear or fighting with me or whatever, those good things. But So I've been working on this campaign and building it offline. And then I decided, you know what, I'll just stream it. We've gotten to the end of the season for the other things that we do on this channel, except for Corporate Raiders, which, fingers crossed, will be happening sometime next week. It's looking, hopefully. Please excuse the sound effect of my filling my water bottle, because water is important. Make sure you hydrate, everybody. It is important to do. Particularly with the current weather situation, you know. If you're in Europe, open a window, find some ice, put a box fan in front of it, and hopefully you do okay. But so I've been building offline, and then I've spent a lot of time building this world and thinking about it, and my undergraduate degree is in classical languages and literatures with concentration in ancient Greek, and I basically double majored in anthropology to focus on linguistics, which all of that to say that when I build a world, and for a world building campaign, I think about it in terms of how societies evolve irregardless of the technology that advances the society. So a lot of things are going to be because of that. So on that day that I started streaming online this campaign build, I attempted to freehand draw a map of my world in Roll20. This is what I came up with. It's a very stunning sketch, right, everybody? It's a beautiful sketch. It's okay. It's reference notes. And for the most part, it only really had to be understood by me, and it is a masterpiece. Thank you, Danny Tigrex. It is indeed a masterpiece. I have no shame about the fact that I am not 2D artistically inclined. I am good at visualization and, understanding. Oh, Danny, don't worry. If you've seen the name of my channel, it's Praxagorathesmiophoria. And trying to get people to say that in multiple chats over the years has just led me to being your friendly neighborhood Prax for a reason. I think... Oh, I can officially say this. Wow. I will say this. So the first person to actually publicly call me Prax from a streamer will be playing in this game that we are building up. I just want to say that. That tells you exactly how interesting I am. But, so yes, it is indeed a masterpiece. It is referential. Everything that you need to know about it is there, or at least I was there. And then one of my players was like, that's really cool. Let me do a thing. And they did this. And it's much cooler. Like, this is what happens when you have people who are artistically inclined come to play with you and, look at your world and say, hi. Let's chat about things. So yes, this is the artistic rendering by someone with skill. Yes, Jay did this, one of the players. It is so cool. I had to convert it into a JPEG instead of a PNG because otherwise it was too big to fit in Roll20, but it is absolutely gorgeous. Of course, also another community member, Trigger Treat, on Twitter, has also been working on a version of the map and has posted a couple versions of it. And I'm like, I'm so impressed that people are enjoying this. I hope people continue to enjoy this when we actually get to the game. And that it's not just, the world, but the story that we will tell in it eventually. But yes, it is massive. It is huge. It is gorgeous. You have Novigur and the Emperor of Varum. Jim says, see, if you ever had to decide to have an apocalypse, you can have this map slowly turn into the first one. Well, but Jim, there was already an apocalypse on this world. It was over here. See? This whole thing called the archipelago, this was a continent. It is no longer a continent. It is now an archipelago. Which is a very important distinction between an archipelago and an atoll. They are not the same thing. Just like a bog, a marsh, and a swamp are not the same things. Jim says, I mean, you can never have enough apocalypses. They're like potato chips in that regard. Jim, are you saying that a apocalypse is a Lay's potato chip? You can't just have one? This is why I love playing with you sometimes, Jim. I, however, am a strange person in the fact that I can indeed just have one Lay's potato chip. Even more willpower inducing, I can have just one M&M at a time. And walk away. And be fine. No, Jim says it's or ruffles if you got a lot of sudden tectonic action going on. I mean, that's hilarious and I love you for it. But this is the map. We even added in, Tuskwall even added in all the cities. Yes, Ice Bunny, I can have just one Lay's potato chip or just one M&M and the rest just stay in the bag. Mm-hmm. It is a skill I acknowledge. But we went through and even added all of the major cities. Now, this isn't to say that there aren't towns and settlements and a lot of other things that exist that I have smaller maps for. But right now, the major cities around here. Danny says, I'm just a dumb 21-year-old who barely understands half of anything, and I'm doing a graphic novel project with a friend. Can't play D&D until I move out, and I'm freaking out over how laws work, because I'm highly aware our ancestors did things differently, and I'm going insane. I mean, yes, there are lots of ways in which laws and can change, and worlds and powers can change, and things happen because of that. So you end up with lots of things. There we go. That was just a little loud. It was just a little bit loud. Sudden music change was. But yes. If you have time, Danny, or, you know, I think it's a interesting experience. Ice Bunny says, how is that done? What is your magic? Did you get extra executive functions? No, I just have a lot of willpower when it comes to certain things. No, it is not sorcery, Jim. Unless you mean D&D sorcery, in which case it's inherited, which is a possibility. But I am not a warlock. I do not make pacts with unworldly beings. My parents are lawyers, and I'm studying law. I understand you never sign a contract you can't read all of. World advice. Read all of your contract. And Danny says, and so far, and I'm so done for, there's basically two races, humans and elves, having a war with one another, and the rest trying to avoid the crossfire. I mean, it's a possibility. It works really well sometimes. You might think about how those interact. Large-scale environments like that are always going to breed interesting things. Anthropology. Firmly recommend everybody take one. Or Soch. Anthro or Soch. But we're building some world. We're talking world. But you see, I put all of the major cities in, the capitals. And because I am that kind of person and took the time to do this, you want to know distance gauge on this map? I set the distance gauge on this map. So we can go from, where do you want to start? What city do we want to start in? Or what country? Tenerife, Wallaba, Cortel, Novigrad, Octan, Utkan, Tarkin, Durakan, Saling. Actually, why don't we go full distance? We can go Yoraba to Zerjaj is 2,618.6 miles. And if you go from Zerjaj to Visava, the capital of Varum, that's just under 3,000 miles. 2,991.4 miles. The entire map, north to south, 70... I love how this worked out, and it wasn't planned, but I love it. For 7,337.1 miles. Nice distances, right? Makes the world bigger. If you can think about it when you design your world, one of the things you should always think about is putting in distance and how distance would play an effect, right? Because if I say that there is a small border war between Wallaba and Octan here, right? Here, is Cortel really going to be that affected? Maybe, maybe not. But Varum isn't going to care. In Visava, nobody's going to care about the war, a small border war between Wallaba and Octan, 2,200 miles away. Oh no, AnyGeek, it's even better. It's Wait, where is it? If I do it straight from the point to point, it's 73. Where did it go? I did it so it was 73. How did I get that distance? All right, well, you know, points or things. But yes, oh, AniGeek, now I have to bring out my Leet. I remember Leet. I can still read it most of the time. Yeah, you imagine walking that far, but then you stop and think about, well, East Coast to West Coast of the United States is 3,000 miles. And if you want to, let's use the handy dandy Google, and we'll say distance in miles from Portland, Maine to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. 4,000 miles. And that's not counting the everything that would be above in Canada or further south into South America. So we have a world that is comparable to a size of a planet that would be similar in size to the existing planet that we exist on. Hold, please. I must check on what the pupper is very upset about. One moment. As we say here, the dog comes first. Okay, I have a pet peeve to share with everyone. This is my pet peeve that I am now officially sharing with all of you wonderful people while we are also talking about world building and running D&D and all of these things. If you have 2 dogs and you are walking your dogs on a street, which is fine, walk your dogs in your neighborhood, totally okay. It's a residential area, not a problem. I have a big dog. I love dogs. I understand this. But when you are walking your dog and you're walking 2 dogs, 2, I want you to remember that there are 2 dogs in this situation, and you are walking your dog and you've got one of your dogs on a leash, good. Leash your dogs unless you're in a non-leashed area, because there are people who might not be okay with dogs for lots of reasons. But you have a decent size, lab mix dog on a leash walking along the street, and you've got your stupid little bulldog not on a leash, running through everybody's yard right up to the front of the house, running and walking up to my steps and freaking my dog out. I have a problem. No, is it a dust mop? I respect that some people don't have big-sized dogs, or they can't have big-sized dogs, but I will always have a big dog. But yeah, it's like, what? You went to the effort to get the leash for one of the dogs? Why didn't you get the leash for the other dog? I do not understand this. Anyways, my mini rant about dogs and how you should care about them and the rest of the world, and we were looking about map. Yes, so furthest points, just under 7. Yes, Cole Drake, welcome in. Yeah, and this map was actually made by one of my players. Um, uh, Tall Squall, on Twitter, he did this. He did all of this himself. I am so really happy that he did this. Trig is also working on one. I am very impressed. I respect everyone who has much better 2D rendering systems than I do, because we all acknowledge the fact that my art ain't that great. Yes, Annie Geek, and their excuse is, well, it's trained. That's great. What about other people whose dog isn't trained? And it's real obvious that your dog is not trained if it's not standing right by your side, because you're on the other side of the yard, still on the street, and your dog is at my front door. I have a problem there. I have a small problem there. But we're talking D&D, we're talking world building, we're talking about all of the fun things that I've been talking about with my players for the past week, and can I just tell you that I am so excited that my players are excited about this game. I don't know if he's still in chat, but Pope is going to get to play in this game, so that's really great. So that'll be a good thing. Ice Bunny says, I had a classmate who has a Chihuahua and he loved to hide under the pillows on the sofa, and I was always worried that to splat the mini dog. I mean, yeah, you need to make sure that the dog is seeable so you don't step on it. Mind you, my dogs are still big and quiet. My dog, I'm still getting used to only having one anymore. That's upsetting. But they're big. My dog is big. She's 60 pounds. But she's quiet. And literally, like, she'll just lay in the middle of the floor and then look at you like, of course you're going to step over me because I don't need to move. And I'm like, yes, of course. I don't need to fight. You can just lay there. It's fine. Yeah, I'm sorry, Danny. Like, yeah, don't let your little shit dog, or don't let your dogs be a problem. Like, my dog, we have big signs that say we have the invisible fence. So if my dog is in my front yard running around, not on a leash, it's because she's on the invisible fence, and it's big signs that are on there, and that way we have room for the dog to run around. No, Coldrake, I don't have Marmaduke. Kelly has Marmadukes. Or Kelly's mom currently has Marmadukes. Because Marmaduke is a Great Dane. But we're making maps. Or actually, my wonderful, wonderful player, Jay, made this map. So we've got distances in. And we see the scale of how big this world is. And it gives... One of the things I always say is when you're going to give a map, give a scale. A map has no value without a scale. They can be beautiful works of art, but unless there's a scale to go with it, it doesn't function as a map. So, legends are important. Scale is important. You want an Asian temple dog, Coldrake? They're a good pet and can ride in an emergency. I mean, there are other ones that you could do that. Irish Wolfhounds, St. Bernards, Newfies, Mastiffs. I like dogs. But yes, a map that does not have a scale cannot function as a map. Yeah, a Tibetan Mastiff. There we go. Yes, but back to the map. So you have size and scale and shape, but you can't... A map needs to convey information, right? Beautiful art is gorgeous and serves a function to be appreciated. But a map serves a different function, which is to inform and provide general understanding. Now, that's not to say that a map like this will be 100% perfectly accurate, because they're not supposed to be, right? Even today, maps are, you dog squirreled Prax, maybe, but I can always get back. Maps show rendering and shape and understanding, but if you need to also have the information, further information that you're going to have, like oh no, Coldrake, the scale for on a Roll20, the scale for 5 foot is for a square on this map, which is wonderful things. Welcome to Roll20. Hi, see, this is the way Roll20 works. You can set all of these wonderful things in your page settings as a DM. And if I come down here and say grid cell distance, they're 300 miles. So each grid square is 300 miles, is what I have set it as. So, hello Simon, welcome in. We're talking scales and maps. So from Tenerique City to Zujaj, which is the port city, is 700 miles. But it's 700 miles on a river, which is probably going to be the main means of transportation and movement from Tenerique City to Zujaj. Yeah, you don't want to walk end to end in this map. The fjord in Novigrad is 1,600 miles, just about. Let me make this a little smaller so you can see all of it. There we go. There we go. So this whole, from the entrance to the fjord to the capital for Stad is 15.8, 15.9. So just under 1,600 miles. The capital of the Empire of Varum, Visava, to the Dwarvish, one of the major Dwarvish cities that joined Varum, joined with Visava to make Varum, is just about 1,100 miles. And so that gives you a lot of information, right? It gives your players information. If you can give your players how far something is in size and scale, then they can make decisions. Like if I tell my players, is like, here's your map. The only known teleportation circles that exist go from the major cities in Varum, and that's it. So if you want to go from, say, Visava to Kotasuchi in Saling, a distance of 3,565 miles, which you wouldn't do in a straight line, by the way. You'd probably go down to Navalov, which is 2,030, then down to Tenerique City, which is 2,940, and then go this way, so you go even further. Coldrake has a question. With these kind of distances and terrains, are we talking caravans, wagons, quadrupeds, or Spelljammer-like floating ships? No, there are no Spelljammer floating ships. This is a world in which... Hey, Lynn, welcome in. Lynn is another one of my players. Welcome in. We're talking about the world. And you can see the beautiful map that Jay did. Much better than my version. So... You're looking at caravans, wagons, quadrupeds, walking, sailing, probably from the various ports along. You can go from port to port in some places. River transportation is beneficial in some places. Like I said, the only known transportation circles that exist are within the Empire. But Coldrake, to answer your question, there are no floating ships, there are no airships, there's nothing like that, because this whole archipelago over here was an empire ruled mostly by magic. Advanced magic. And there was a war between evil wizards and good wizards, and the evil wizards are messed up individuals who did horrible things in the name of science and magic, involving the creation of the orcs. And this is where I say, in my world, I am using the orc as was created and defined by Tolkien as former elves who were taken and twisted by an evil force into something new, into a new species and being. They are not inherently evil. They are not inherently good. None of the races in my world are tied to alignment, because alignment is a non-biological thing, but it is a vitally important thing in this world, and I'll come back to that in a minute. But when the evil wizards fought against the Empire and destroyed the world by basically taking the chromatic dragons that existed and turning them into a super volcano that literally destroyed the continent and turned what was a major continent the size of Endios, which is everything over here. So this is the continent of Endios. This was the continent of Arabia. It is no longer the continent of Arabia because Arabia is now an archipelago, because evil wizards took chromatic dragons and made it into effectively a super volcano that destroyed the entire continent. But because of that fight and war and mass migration to Endios and attempting to survive and attempting to see what they still had and took information that they could, but at the same time, it's an entirely different continent with entirely different biospheres, with entirely different native plants, animals. Nothing is like where they were, so they're still trying to rebuild. Wizards aren't really universally liked. Varum has, at the current moment, the only major academy of magic, where one can study to be a wizard outside of personal training and apprenticeships. There is also supposedly a rumored Academy of Magic in Uraba, but since Uraba is a quasi-isolationist elven city-state, that I'm also taking a lot of inspiration from Tolkien in saying that the elves, because they are truly immortal, right? They are truly immortal in the sense that unless it is through war or grief, violent death or grief, elves don't die from old age or illness. And because of that, there are still elves in Uraba alive now who remember and were alive during the Empire of Arabia, and remember the event called the Sundering. They have a lot of opinions. They don't hate the other races, but they see them as fast living and they can outbreed them, so they're kind of like, let's stay by ourselves right now and kind of work with what we've got. So there is information and rumored to be a library, the most extant library of information that was lost in the Sundering. Whether that's true or not, people might not know yet. But a world in this size, by giving my players the information that, yes, it's 300 miles per square. That means if I'm going from even the close city of the dwarven city of Posalov to Oferentur, which was the capital of the southern duchy of Varum, and it's 325 miles. Now, an average horse and rider will go about, let's say, 30 miles a day. Well, you could go up to 40, actually, so why don't we use 40 as our number? So 40 miles a day, and the distance is, here, from Posalov to Oferentur, 330, right? Divided by 40 miles a day. On a horse, it would take you 8 days. 8.25, literally. That means that my players have to think in terms of time and distance. How long is something going to take them to get somewhere? If they want to go from, say, the capital of Saling, which is Kotosuchi down here, and they want to go to Baraka and Walaba, well, that's 1,400 miles. And that's if you choose to go straight across the desert. Now, Would you choose to go straight across the desert? It's the shortest way, but you could also go 1,000 miles or 1,100 miles to Tenerife City, up the river and around. You could go through the Orc territories and go around the mountains that way, but that would mean that you would be adding an extra 400 miles. So it's when we stop and think about importing these kind of things into our games that we can build the world and add depth and flavor. Another thing that does is it builds in downtime for your players. And one of the biggest things that I see a lot, particularly in streamed games, is the belief that everything has to be on, right? You have to have an action, a response, this is a performance, this is art, it is entertainment. We need to have something big happening every session, otherwise both your players are going to get bored and the audience is going to get bored. And I don't agree with that. And I think I've proved that I don't agree with that in my Witcher game, where there have been entire sessions where it's just conversations between the PCs. Now, that's not to say that major things weren't happening. And that's not to say that major tensions weren't evolving and possibly exploding. I'm looking at various conversations between Yanto and Ardzo and a bunch of other people. But in that game, if I trust my players and I can sit back and pull back a little bit and just let them have the scene and let them go, well, that's where all the good stuff is, people. Trust your players. Let them have fun. And then, when it is emotionally appropriate and will cause the most damage, you break out your field sniper from a distance and emotionally shatter them. Pope says conjurers are now incredibly useful and terrifying. Yes. Yes, they are, Pope. You know? If you had, and that's the other thing, is like, let's stop and think about it, right? Let's stop and think about how, and that's one of the things that I always do when I'm world building. How does, like, things that you have in a game, in a world, going to actually impact the way in which the world is built? Now, 90% of the people who currently, the first time they play D&D, are going to pick up one of the jumpstart kits, or they're going to play in a game that has, they're going to use a module, or, one of the adventures that WotC writes that has everything set and it's built into a world, and no one's really going to look at 1, 2 things. But when you're building a world, you have to think about how these things are going to be affected, right? Like, how does the fact that, let's, for example, let's go to our handy dandy D&D Beyond and bring up one of the most important spells that people forget is there. And that is no, wrong one. It's, what is the actual name of it? Game rules, spell, conjuration. Give me conjuration spells. Come. Load. Thank you. Water. Filter. Create food and water. Okay. Right? It is a 3rd level spell. It is a 3rd level spell from a cleric, a paladin. Why does the artificer have this? I don't understand. Or the Circle of the Land Desert, which makes sense. But it is a 3rd level spell. You create 45 pounds of food and 30 gallons of water on the ground or in containers within range, enough to sustain up to 15 humanoids or 5 steeds for 24 hours. That information is possibly, I guess. The food is bland but nourishing and spoils if uneaten after 24 hours. The water is clean and doesn't go bad. No, it's create water. I went for create. Apparently, you can't just type in on D&D Beyond create water. It has to be create food and water because of how their search engine works. But let's stop and think about that, right? If you're a 3rd level cleric, you have the ability, and it's 1,100 miles from the capital of Saling to the capital of Tenerique, which is desert. You can now, every day, with a 3rd level spell, right? It's a 3rd level spell. Instantaneous, 1 action, feed 15 people or 5 horses. How many, and if we look at, let's say, let's just take a minute and just create a random character, right? Well, no, let's not. I'm not going to do that right now. Let's look at our, because I have a character. Where is my cleric? Here she is. Okay, fine. So a 5th level cleric, right? Is that what it is? Game rules, clerics. When do you get 3rd level spells? 3rd level spells. 5th level clerics get 2 3rd level spells. If they, once a day, spend one of their 3rd level spells to create food and water all the way across the desert, that's massive, right? That can massively affect the way in which a party moves, but also the way in which people move, the way in which caravans move. Would a caravan, think about it. It's also a paladin spell. So when do paladins get 5th level spells? I don't remember. Paladin, come here. And our resident paladin is not in chat, so I can't ask him. But 5th level spells. Well, a paladin doesn't get 5th level spells until 17th level. So that would probably be a waste. But a 5th level cleric can feed a column in a day. So you're going to assume that if you're a major caravan, and you're going from Tenerique City, you're going from Saling to Tenerique City. Saling is a major theocracy. It is literally at this point a theocracy. There was a massive revolution 60 years ago. 60 years ago? I have my own dates wrong. There was a revolution in Saling. The Great Lady, who currently rules Saling, is a priestess of Ashera the Mother, and Ashera the Mother, and now it's a theocracy. But if you're going from Saling to Tenerique City, and you're on a, caravan, you want a cleric to be traveling with you. It would save a massive amount of money on how much you could do, how far you could travel, how well you can keep your your people fed and watered. What are the, let's look at, as Pope said, conjuration now becomes a massively important school of magic. And most people would look at these and not really think about that. Exactly, Lynn, makes Magnificent Mansion seem absolutely wild for travel purposes. Now, not only are you building a Magnificent Mansion so you can have protection, now you're also getting food and water out of that, and you can't guarantee it'll be anywhere else. And particularly if you're going across these vast distances that are probably not all known or inhabited, you can't guarantee that somewhere out here in the middle of literal nowhere, as in this whole section and this whole section and whole bunches of other areas that are currently not on the map because nobody's mapped them, are unknown and you can't guarantee that there's a settlement there. Now you know, tiny hut. Even a layman's tiny hut. So what is it? Tiny hut is tiny hut conjuration? I think tiny hut is conjuration. Yeah. Oh, layman's secret chest. What? Oh, tiny hut is 3rd level, but is it conjuration is what I was looking at. Well, I don't know. What is secret chest? Layman's secret chest. I want to know now. That is not a spell I heard of before. But then again, I don't pay a lot of attention to Layman beyond his tiny hut. It is a 4th level conjuration. You hide a chest and all its contents on the ethereal plane. You must touch the chest and the miniature replica that serves as a material element from the spell. The chest can contain up to 12 cubic feet of non-living. So basically, you have a giant Pokeball and an ethereal plane that you shove stuff into. You need to, oh, it's evocation. There we go. That makes sense. It's evocation. Tiny hut is apparently evocation, not conjuration. But there you go. But the Magnificent Mansion is a 7th level spell. Yep. Evocation and conjuration become incredibly important when you consider distance and size and scale of your world. One of my minor pet peeves with the established world of Faerun in D&D is their lack of consistency, even within their own maps, of scale. Because why would we want to care about distance and scale? And, like, the maps that Devin does are always to a scale, and she does beautiful maps. Other Doc says, the tiny house movement owes so much to Leomund. They just don't realize. He was robbed. I say, robbed! Shakes his head. Ah, thank you, Jim. I needed that. That was a good laugh. And then you stop and think about, well, okay, the only known teleportation circles are within the Empire itself. Postolov, Darasov, Staldava, Visava, Baliva, and Slagava. Oferentur had a transportation circle. It no longer does. There are reasons for that. It went boom. People did things that they shouldn't have, and it went boom. And then you've got to think about, well, like, okay, now we've got a barrier island that's 500 miles from the main coast, right? The closest point between Sekele and the coast is 295 miles. Yeah, it's just about 3,000 mile straight between Sekele and the continent. There's a lot that you can do in that 300 miles. And since a ship can go 100 miles a day, roughly, depending on winds, that means that it's about 3 days travel just to get from the island to the mainland. You know? You can do a lot. But yes, it's when you stop and think about how these things interact and interweave with each other and become important. Now let's stop and think about, Pope is saying that evocation and conjuration become vastly important. He's right. But you're also dealing with a world in which people remember and blame wizards specifically for the end of the world. Literally, The bad guys won. They blew up the entire continent. Whoever is left alive is now on this new continent and has to figure shit out. So much so that the entire biome is different, right? The plants are different. The animals are different. Everything is not the same. You know, everybody who, even if people knew how to make a healing potion, you know, in 15 minutes in Arabia, in the old empire, and they come to this new continent and they're like, I recognize half of these, you know, maybe 10 of these ingredients, maybe 10%. It takes time and effort then to see if they can find substitutes. How can we get around this? What can we do instead? You know, is this edible? Is this not edible? Is there going to be new or different, you know, changes in how the magic is applied? Things like that can really affect the way in which a world runs. It means that you're saying evocation and conjuration are really important, but are there, you know, there's also a world where arcane magic, even in places where it's okay, is still going to be slightly questioned, perhaps? You know? Because the people remember that there was a world that was good, and it went boom. Because wizards being wizards. And now you've got create food and water. You know, lots of interesting things that can go on with that. Clerics are useful. Let's stop and think about it. Like, cleric spells, and let's sort by level. Okay, let's say cantrip, or a cantrip for, you know, guidance. A basic priest casting guidance, even in a low-level village, that would have massive effects. You know? Mending, right? First level cantrip. Come into a village and you've got, you know, mending. This spell repairs a single break or tear in an object you touch, such as a broken chain link, 2 halves of a broken key, a torn cloak, a leaking wineskin, any of these things. And it can't be larger than a foot in any dimension when you mend it, leaving no trace of the former damage. But it's a cantrip. You can do this repeatedly and keep going. A cleric coming into a village is going to have massive, even if they're like a first level cleric, is going to have massive abilities with just mending and guidance. What is... Now we keep adding all of these spells and I don't remember all of them. Dude, if I play cleric, next time I'm taking Word of Radiance. What is the range on that? It's a 5-foot range. Okay, so you can cast... I can stand there and cast radiant damage by myself. And, you know, take a spiritual weapon and Word of Radiance and just be a shiny, shiny being. Which is interesting, but... Now stop and think about, like, a first level cleric. Cleric. A first level cleric knows 3 cantrips and has 2 spell slots. Coming into a village or a settlement, a small town, that first level character is going to have can have massive impacts in a world like this. Now we're going to take that and dial it up to 11. Because these speakers go to 11. um, by saying that the players in this game are going to start at level 14. And let's think about that. Level 14. A level 14 cleric has 5 cantrips that they know. They know up to 7th level spells. They have, you're looking at a massive bump in what they can do. Even if you just go with like let's go with just a general life domain cleric, right? Because general life domain clerics are fun, even if people say that they're not. You can come in here. You get a bonus cantrip, warding flare, Corona of Light. You are a massive powerhouse and can change literally the world. And because of that, with this game, we're starting at 14th level. And one of the things we're doing is we're starting with the players as retired, quote unquote retired, adventurers. They've made their money. They've got, a number of things. I told my players I'm going to build each of them a legendary item that's tied to their character and specifically for them. And we are going to start this campaign by seeing these characters retired, what they're doing now that they're not adventuring anymore, because they don't really need to. They don't have to. And then we're going to think about the fact that we're going to invite them to an event. And all of my players know, and everybody who's watched a couple of these world building will know as well, that the major event is going to be a coronation ball. They're all being invited to the coronation. And people are like, well, why would you invite adventurers to your coronation? I'm like, do you think about what a 14th level cleric could do, right? Like, a 14th level cleric has so much power in a world like this that they can... What? 14th level, here. They got 7th level spells. Revivify. They can literally raise the dead. They can't do true resurrection yet, but they're getting there. Like, polymorph. That has massive impact in a world where arcane magic is... Not everyone has it. Not everyone in this world is, someone with that level of power. So when you have somebody with that level of power who's gone out into the world and spent time in the world doing things and making a name for themselves, they are now influencers, have some time, maybe have some political power, maybe not, that would depend on who they are. They have massive amounts of wealth. Think about how much gold, just straight gold, you as a player would have at 14th level, regardless of how much you're spending on equipment at various points. You have to think about, like, you have massive amounts of gold. You've killed all of these creatures and taken all of their money. And if you're playing basic or first or second edition D&D, you had to have that amount of gold because you needed that amount of gold to get to level 14 because gold was experience. So would also have, that amount of money means that wherever you're choosing to live or, be, that's a major economic boost, an economic investment, because you're going to be providing a level of investment in the community, even if your basic level of investment is just you're spending money buying food. And if you're a 14th level cleric, you might not even be doing that because you could just create food and water or live in your magnificent mansion and do that every day on your retirement because you don't care. So these player characters are going to be massively influential in the area around them. They have an impact. They will have ties to the world in which they're living. 14th level cleric, eat and drink air. I mean, you're not wrong. Coldrake and celestial vibes. I mean, let's stop. Like, if we want to take this into another comparison, which I think that, and I think that's the thing that a lot of people forget when they're looking at D&D, and they get used to things like playing in Faerun and the Sword Coast and the Forgotten Realms, and they're all used to how much magic is going on and everything that's happening, and you're like, okay, let's stop and make a comparison. There's a, you know, you literally could just live in a room as a 14th level cleric and cast a 3rd level spell once a day and be like, I'm good. Oh, I'm imprisoned in a rock slide and I can't get out. Oh, I don't really have to worry about that. I have food and water and I can make my own air. I don't have to worry about dying. Coldrake says, I've only ever made it above a single digit character level once. Yeah. And most people, most games, you only, particularly streamed games that you're watching, unless you're Critical Role, and I'm not talking about that, they're going from 1 to 7 or 8. Some don't even start at 1. Some start at 3 and go 3 to 7 or 8. Those 4 or 5 levels right there, most don't get to 10. Hello, Mark Songs. Welcome in. So with that level of you effect on the world around you, you have to think that you will have a reputation. People will know you. You know, if you're a 15th level cleric and you come into a, 14th level cleric and you come into a village and you're like, oh, I'm going to cure this plague, which I will remind you is a thing that a cleric can do. Specifically, where's the spell? Purify food or drink. You can come in to a village, get rid of any possibility of dysentery or cholera. And that's a 1st level spell, right? It's a 1st level spell. Where is protection from poison is a 2nd level spell. Cleric Strike 2020. I mean, yes. Warding Bond. Yeah, Mass Healing Word. Mass Healing Word, which is a bonus action, is a 3rd level spell. Stop and think about that, right? Like, you can cast a 3rd level spell as a bonus action, and heal up to 6 creatures that you can see within range, 1d4 plus your spellcasting modifier. Okay, let's say my spellcasting modifier is 3. That's between 4 and 7 hit points. A peasant usually only has 4. You can heal a whole village and just be like, I'm good. Koldrack says, he was an adventurer. He was an adventurer? He has to have at least one chest filled with treasure hidden in his house. Exactly. Exactly. That would be an entire discussion, of idea about the world in which people are living. And I don't think a lot of people, when they build worlds and stop and think about the effect that such a person would have in the world in which they're living. And that's just clerics, right? Let's stop and say, let's look at a druid, right? The druid spell list. They have wonderful cantrips. But Druidcraft, you create a tiny harmless sensory effect, whatever. You instantly make a flower blossom or seed pollen open, leaf bloom, falling leaves, wind, all of that kind of good stuff. But more importantly, where is it? Mold Earth, right? You can do this as a cantrip. You choose one portion of dirt earth you can see within range, and it fits in with 5. You can manipulate the world. You can literally just take and build a trench by casting this cantrip repeatedly, and you don't care. Yes, exactly. That, Oh, hello, Mark, we are working on my world building and campaign building for, my world. This is one of my players happily took the wonderful map that I drew on stream. Can't you see it's beautiful? Yeah, it's okay, don't worry. I understand my limited talents. And, translated that into something much, much, much better. But we're working on the general world building and discussion and impact, on how this whole world would work. I'm getting ready to run a high-level campaign. Players are gonna start at 14th level, and then we'll see how far they get, depending on where things go. Yeah, and Coldrake's right. There's that one druid spell that if you say it every day for a year, or every day for a week, it improves the crops for a year. Yes, Coldrake, we have the official map, and the one map most adventuring groups would have drawn on the fly. This is true. I don't deny, that I have limited ability. Now stop and think about that. There's also, so a cleric can create food or water, and a druid can create or destroy water. You can create up to 10 gallons of clean water within range into an open container. Alternatively, the water falls as rain in a 30-foot cube within range, extinguishing exposed flames in the area. When you cast the spell using a spell slot of 2nd level or higher, an additional 10 gallons of water for every spell slot over. So you could theoretically cast a 9th level create water and create 90 gallons, or math would be hard. 30-foot cube, adding the cube increases by 5 feet, so it would be plus 8, 40. 70-foot cube of water on, that would be massive. Yeah, clerics, Mark, we were just looking at that. Clerics can do create food or water. Druids can only create or destroy water. But create food or water for clerics is a 3rd level spell. Create or destroy water for druids is a 1st level spell. Which is a interesting point that we were just looking at. And then, of course, druids have Goodberry. Literally, you can feed 10 people in a minute. That'll keep them... restore 1 hit point and provide them sustenance for an entire day, unless you're a hobbit, in which case it will probably only get you through 2nd breakfast. But we're talking about the fact that this map, which you can on Roll20, make sure that it's set to scale, and if you're thinking about distance, well, this grid is 300 feet, and between cities, this is going to be a massive way, and thinking about distance is an important thing to think about when you're building a world. Thinking about the impact of distance on how the world is going to be viewed. Thinking about how these players, which are quasi-retired at the start of the game, are, they're no longer actively adventuring. Perhaps they're doing something local in the area, or just, kind of helping out at what they're doing. We'll find out. When we premiere, we're going to do, half session solo sessions, so an hour and a half mini session, that they are each going to be allowed, to introduce their character kind of way. As Annie Geek says, a Goodberry, or in the case of a Kender, about 10 minutes. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. And so I want to see how being this level of a player is going to affect the world, and how it also affects the character. You'd have emotional ties, you have physical ties, you're going to have, Are you politically motivated? Are you not? But at the same time, you still get invited to all of these political events because people feel that you need to be invited. And that's going to be the impetus for the start of the game. That these, after we get through the introduction sessions, the first real session is all of the players have been invited to an event. It will be a coronation ball because they have an effect. They are, they are massively impactful on the world in which they live. So, thinking about that and thinking about how all of these things work together and how they all stretch and manipulate each other, we also think about how the world starts to think about other things, right? Everything's related, everything's interconnected. I'm going to use this for lack of a better term. Human nature, regardless of whether you are a elf, halfling, dwarf, gnome, any or all of the above, we're going to use human nature for right now, is a, its core underlying is the same. Yes, Mark Song says, very interesting, sort of like Ernst Blofeld, assuming a villain will be at the event, meets Agatha Christie novel. Possibly. There are lots of things that could be interesting and happening. And one of the reasons I want to start with solo sessions is, I've said this in a couple of these other, world building discussions that I've done before, but when you get to a lot of high level, and I'm going to use Critical Role here because it is the reference it because it is the largest name in the game. And so it's the most, therefore it would be the most referential. Even when they were running an event, high level, their characters got to 16, 17, 18, 19, 20th level characters, and they're fighting Titans and Vecna, for God's sakes. You don't really see how the characters are tied to the world in which they're supposed to be saving, right? We're saying that the good the players are here to say, they're quote unquote heroic because we're not running an evil campaign at the moment. Not what I'm doing right now. This game is based in, or is going to be interesting because the alignment will have a bearing, but it's not species-based alignment. There's no biological essentialism, but at least in that manner, but or any really other, but when you see a high-level campaign, you don't see, you're fighting Vecna. Okay, why? 'Cause he hates my friends. All right, then that's about being personal between you and Vecna, but that's assuming that Vecna actually cares about you, and I find that vastly, okay, did you, and most high-level characters don't have an experience where they're gonna come around to Vecna and be like, I hate you, Vecna, fuck off, before the big battle fight, when they know that he's the big bad guy and you're going to fight them because XYZ reason. So you don't really see the tie to the world, and that's what I want to showcase. I want to showcase these are the player characters have ties to the world, are going to be affected by those ties, and the world is going to be affected by them. And just see how long it goes. Welcome in, Valxion. Just here to predict somebody spikes the punch bowl with Yuan Ti wine. I mean, welcome in. Other dog says, Vecna borrowed money from me a while back. He still owes me. I mean, apparently he's hanging around with, in the Upside Down. You could go chat with him, I guess. I don't know. But see, Mike, that Mark, you say. I mean, Mark Song says. I mean, alignment itself could be considered psychological essentialism, I suppose. I disagree, and I think part of the problem is, and I'm going to use this as a good transition point. Thank you very much. A lot of people forget that alignment has a definition outside of what we try to impose upon it from a D&D perspective. We all want to simplify things down into a basic grid and say, this is our underlying personality traits. It's not about being and that's the thing is, alignment in its definition is not about personality or, psychology. It's about choices and actions. You are choosing to act in alignment with your sworn or stated goals and ambitions, or even perhaps in the terms of paladins and clerics, in your oaths and dedications. Because if you're a paladin of, a god of, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Orange, welcome in. If you're a paladin of, for example, in my world, the god Praxilus, who is war, justice, and vengeance, and if you are a paladin of justice and you do not act with the continuing alignment of the stated goals and tenets of that faith, everybody around you is going to notice, and the god that's giving you power is going to be like, hey, yo, you shaming me in public like that? Not going to let that happen. Yeah, see, I think it's the I don't think it's an artifact of the original D&D game mechanic. I think it's actually an artifact of later transitions of perhaps, say, 2nd edition or even AD&D. And Stable Dia says, as a moral relativist, I have difficulty with most interpretations of alignment. And I think that, yes, we're getting into the alignment discussion. And I think that's because people forget that alignment has a definition, right? You are acting in line with stated goals or behaviors. And with that stated goal or behavior, if you're not acting in alignment with that, then you're not acting in the way in which you have previously stated your beliefs to be. And so others and outsiders would be like, I don't know. And in a world where, I've said this before, I do not agree personally, this is me personally, and therefore it is built into my world and my game. I cannot comprehend how you can have either a cleric or druid or any divine caster exist in your world and have anybody in your world be an atheist. It's not possible. Because people know that there is divine magic and there is arcane magic, and the two are separate, and they come from different places, and therefore you can hate the gods, you can stand there and say that they're assholes, you can stand there and say that they do horrible, horrible things to their followers, and they're horrible people and should not be supported, but the power comes from somewhere, so you cannot deny they exist. Exactly, Coldrake. Atheist, when the gods can show up in your face at any time? Exactly. You know that they exist. There is no denying that they exist. You can't even be agnostic about it. You can hate them, disavow them, be pissed off at them, refuse their actions or their choices, but you can't deny their existence. And so when you get into a point in which you have clerics and paladins or even wizards or other people who are druids, anyone who's dedicated to an idea or an action, and they've publicly stated, hey, yeah, I'm part of a religious order that, I'm part of a knightly order that follows Praxilus the Just. And you're like, cool, I just saw you murder a whole bunch of people. You didn't try and bring them to justice. You didn't even try to hold them to a trial. You didn't try and have anything that shows that you're tied to justice. This looks a whole lot like murder. Are you sure? And then your god would be like, no. No, 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 no. I gave you those powers because you said that you were going to follow the core tenets that I stated. You're not following those core tenets, so I'm taking my powers back. That might be a thing. Coldrake says Shades of Brandon Sanderson's Mistborn. I mean, maybe, but it's also tied to a lot of other fantasy novels. I haven't read Mistborn. Shock, horror, I know. Mostly because I don't like Brandon Sanderson's writing style. It doesn't work for me. But Coldrake has not a question. Would there be guilds, churches, royalty putting strictures on higher level adventurers so that they not destroy the local regional economy? I mean, churches might put a foot down on resurrecting all the street urchins. Be interesting to know. Maybe, Mark, and I think that comes down to an understanding that I think the word alignment wasn't actually defined in the original text. And so when people started attributing certain ways of actions to it, like there are inherently evil races, which I don't agree with, and I don't like the term race anyways. I like the term species for a reason. I'll come back to that. And it's like, Valaxiot, when the Divine Soul Sorcerer is a charlatan passing themselves off as a cleric that does believe in deities but doesn't believe the deities would notice small fry like them, and goes off to multi-class Warlock only to find out they're descendants of a demon, their Warlock patron, and a deity because the Divine Soul Sorcerer, and they have very much being noticed. I mean, I think that would have some major, major fun, but would also be a problem for everyone around them. For everyone around them. And I think that's one of the things I am most excited about. Like, my players are really into this. Like, you can see this map that my player took. My my oh so wonderful, fabulous renderings of this and turned it into this. My players are invested and I cannot wait because they have been getting some very, very juicy details, and we haven't even gotten to Session 0 yet. There have been some very interesting things, conversations happening in the background, world building. Like I said, each of the because they're level 14, they are going to have magic items. I'm not going to deny that, but they're going to have very limited numbers of magic items. And they're each going to have a legendary item, a single legendary item for each player that I am creating for them. And it will be, so far, the 2 that I've done have been really great, wonderful, and tied deeply to the story of the character that will be, oh, so juicy. Oh, so juicy. Jim says, I have a setting I've been working on where everyone knows the old gods existed because they nearly destroyed the world and were banished as a result by a ridiculously powerful ritual, and the people look askance at any new god they didn't create. I mean, possible. But Jim, I have a very important question about this world building that you're doing. Because I figure it's a ridiculously powerful ritual, requires some sort of power source and or sacrifice. You know, that would be interesting. Why does the map look like a distorted self-portrait of Marge Simpson? I mean, I don't see it. But maybe it's just the blue at the top where Varum is. Look, I don't get abstract art. The post-impressionist modernists period gets really weird for me and I just don't get it. Okay. If you guys see it, I'll let you see it. I don't see anything. Look, like I said, I am not there. But the world is being the fail the inkblot test. I mean, you can't really fail that test unless you start saying that you see murder victims or a means of killing people. Then you fail that test. So, we've talked about distance, we've talked about the beautiful map, we've talked about the ways in which travel would be complicated, and the ways in which a high-powered wizard, cleric, druid, any caster of any sort is going to be massively impactful on this. And we've also mentioned the fact that the only teleportation circles that exist are in Varum, between the major cities in Varum. And Offerentor used to have one, but it doesn't anymore, because things happened. It was not a good time. So we have two questions. Mark has the question, have we discussed how many people in your world are 14th level or above? No. And some of that is I'm not going to say. And some of that is I have 6 players that are definitely 14th level or above. Some will be players will know, which are, like, say, the Great Lady of Saling is a very, very high-level cleric. She led a religious revolution and turned Saling into a theocracy. I will say that the current king of Wallaba and both his queen and his Lord Consort Shield Lord Adama are high level. I will say that it's likely most of the leaders of the world have some sort of power. Maybe high level. Cortel is unique in that arcane magic is out and out banned. So Pope has the question of the acceptance of bardic magic. Cortel accepts bards, but they're not allowed to cast. Divine magic is the only one that's accepted, but only in very limited doses. And they have an entire knightly order of paladins, who I should pull up a thing. Hold, please. So that I have my... You know what? I should pull my notes up. Because I'm doing this all off the cuff, but I should pull my notes up so that I have it. In that case, you know, anyone has a question. Cortel, and I don't want to mess things up. Yes. Cortel is home to the oldest continuous knightly order that was originally founded by the original old Imperial Guards. The Zendari, who follow Praxis. Paladins of the Zendari are some of the few magic users that are permitted and honored in Cortel. They all take vows to Praxis the Protector and vow to emulate him in all ways. They also take vows refusing payment for services and live on donations to their chapter houses. But that's just some of the interesting people. However, we do know that the Durakan orcs down here in their territory, and again, going back to the species comment, my point about why I think race is the wrong term for D&D, and instead it should be species, because here's an important thing. Not all of the races of D&D can interbreed. Therefore, they are not the same species. I'm sorry, turtles and minotaurs cannot interbreed. Magic can do some fucked up shit, but not that one. So therefore, they are not perhaps the same species. When the evil wizards who caused the event we call the Sundering and destroyed the old empire of Arabia and literally shattered the continent, did a lot of twisted magic. And one of the things they did is they took elves and turned them into orcs. I did some racial features for orcs because of that. I wanted to look and see how that worked. So orcs can crossbreed with elves and humans, and that's about it. Exactly, Mark. There are exceptions. Humans can crossbreed with elves, and humans can crossbreed with orcs. But humans cannot crossbreed with halflings, and humans cannot crossbreed with dwarves, and dwarves cannot crossbreed with halflings. So obviously, they're not the same species. I think that humans are just are near enough species to elves, and therefore why I'm tying this to orcs, because half orcs can exist, and therefore, orcs were at one point elves, so they're, even if they've been twisted and harmed at the base DNA level by magic, they're still, have some existence there. So yeah, so Mark, you're correct. So basically, a lot of 14th level plus people, possibly including some of your PCs, will be key political figures. Exactly. If you have that much power and you're looking at that, you probably have so much of that authority. You're looking at that way. So Bardic magic, coming back to Pope's comment, Durocan, the Durocan orcs have a Bardic college and the annual festival where there is a major Bardic competition and performance, and it's like the Welsh National Poetry Contest. A massive event. People come from miles, different nations, everybody's attending. It's a huge deal. It's also a major event for the orc tribes, which are quasi-nomadic within their own territories. And nomadic in a very traditional sense of like either the steppe and Mongolian steppe, or the Turks were nomadic, following herds and setting up large camps at various points of time depending on seasons and how their herds were doing. Yes, Bardapalooza. I love Mark, do not worry. Nobody here is going to judge anybody on whether they can spell or not. Spelling is literally a splinter skill, and it has no effect on your our understanding of intelligence or anything like that. Bradapalooza. Sighs, Brad. So many bad bard songs about his exploits. I mean, to be fair, that's not untrue. Saling tolerates bards to an extent. So, yes, Coldrake, going back to your point, one or two regions are anti-magic, or more specifically, they're anti-arcane magic. Very strongly anti-arcane magic. How would they... Lust After the Miracle is a level 7 cleric or druid or mage or any class to gain advantages. See, here's the thing. We've got Saling down here and Cortel up here. Saling is a theocracy. They... How did I phrase this? They tolerate arcane... No, they don't really. Arcane magic is extremely controlled and limited. Arcane magic is severely limited within Saling divine magics are embraced and seen as gifts from the gods. Again, they're a theocracy, and the head of their government is the Great Lady. About 50 years ago, she's a high priestess of the Mother Ashura. Led a revolution and transformed the country into a theocracy. And so, divine magic, always cool. Arcane magic, not so cool. There's a strong fear of arcane casters, due specifically to the events of the Sundering. It is illegal to practice arcane magics of any type without government permission, which is extremely rare. So in selling divine magic, you get blessed by the gods, you're good to go. If you're if you're trying to cast arcane magic, not unless you have a government permit for that. Do you have a government permit for your bardic performances here to kind of control the entire crowd? No? Well, I'm sorry, we're going to have some problems. And another point that people forget, but is built into the core understanding of how the game, like Dungeons and Dragons, works, is divine magic and arcane magic are different. They're separate. They don't feel the same. And so even those who maybe are not casters themselves or have a true understanding of it, they can experience how those magic is felt, and therefore could see it or feel it, and they would be like, no, I mean, I know how that works. As for Cortel is a little bit more stringent when it comes to magic in general. Arcane magic is entirely banned. Nobody's casting arcane magic in Cortel. Only divine magics are permitted, and even those are severely limited to those who serve the government or the various temples. Like, you need to have both a permit and a badge to cast divine magic in Cortel. Those caught practicing arcane magic are arrested immediately and subject to trial. The guard of any large town has a pack of Elusia, which are animals that are trained, specific animals that are in this world designed to hunt magic users. They are regularly released into the capital at night. Have fun. We have giant freaking dogs that will hunt you down. And detect magic sounds like it's getting a significant amount of use. I mean, perhaps. But that's the other thing, is I wanted to, Inquisitors would be scanning constantly. Probably. And that's another thing, is I want to make the PCs unique. So there probably isn't more than, maybe a 3rd level cleric, or maybe a 4th level cleric is the high priest in Cortel. You're not going to have a lot of high casters in general. You're not going to have a lot of people of power, but you'll have some. And that's why the Zandari are so unique, because they were basically the Imperial Guards of the old world, and come to land in Cortel. Were part of the last group of refugees, the last stand, as it were, and come to Cortel, and they're like, no, we're not dealing with this shit. We're not dealing with this coming back to this arcane shit. We're going to draw a line. Praxilus will guide us. We will be just, but we're not tolerating any of this arcane shit. Coldrake asks, would dwarven expertise with stonework, making near seamless walls, be arcane or just master level crafting? I think that's just master level crafting, right? Or it's an innate talent unique to the dwarven species that isn't necessarily a spell, because here's the thing. Innate, when you get to, effects and powers in some of the species, and you stand there and you say they can do X thing, mechanically, like if I say there's using for the example dragons, which haven't been seen on the continent of Endios at all, and haven't been seen since the Sundering. Like, a dragon's breath weapon is not a spell. It is a natural effect of the dragon, just being part of the dragon species. And therefore, you can't benefit from certain benefit from certain abilities because of it. I would say the Dwarven Stone Sense is the same thing. Dwarven Stone Expertise is, a naturally occurring through some sort of Dwarven evolution in that sense. Yes, Mark, there are monks, and I'm going to go ahead and say that there are both Eastern and Western style monks in this world. And I don't know, it's one of those things where I sit here and go, I watch a lot of Chinese dramas, and I am an old school Hong Kong wuxia fan, I am a modern Chinese drama fan, I love me some good wuxia, or even xinjia, drama, and, so I appreciate, and I dislike some of the distinction, the poor definition that comes from monk in D&D. I think there needs to be more than that. So yes, I have in my world what are mechanically D&D monks, which are unarmed specialists that are proficient and are dedicated to a particular, for lack of a better term, knightly order, or more accurately would probably be the best term would be militaristic, martial arts training group. Pugilistic style. Yeah, I think pugilistic style is the best translation in English. And so yes, there are monks. Remember how I said Saling down here? Not a fan of arcane magic, but Saling does have one of the most famous military orders in the world. The Sisters of the Mother's Mercy are an order of warrior nuns renowned for their unarmed fighting styles. Mechanically, they're monks. They all take vows of obedience and poverty and are rarely seen outside of Saling or the Orc territories. Yep, I have warrior nuns in my world because I wanted them. But there is also, down here in Uraba, an entire monastery and religious order that is one of my favorite religious orders that I built, which are the Lagunak, which are the Friends of the Last Friends. And they are one of the last bastions of a religious order, of a true religious order that existed in Arabia that was a mix of assassin rogues, monks, and clerics that kind of all work together in this religious order that are all dedicated to the god of death and are very much anti... they don't have a problem with necromancers. They have a major problem with those who try and cheat death. They also perhaps fund a number of their events by taking certain assassination contracts, perhaps. Go enjoy your lurk, Jim. It's okay. I haven't created my goth nation. Well, they're a goth group. But they don't, but monks are not arcane, right? They're all, it's a training, mechanically speaking, it's all training, so it's not arcane. The Lagernak are one of my favorites. I'm loving them. They're right up there with Sakeli halflings. The entire barrier island of Sakeli are halflings, and they are pirate halflings. They control all major sea trade, because look, they're a major barrier island. If you want to go from, like, say, Cortel to any of the ports in Varum and you want to go by sea, or Tenerique to Varum by sea, you're going to have to go through that strait here. Sakeli Pirates for the win. Also, Orange, I see you with your nunjas. I see that. I respect it, and I see it. Pope says, I'm looking at a Dwarven Brawler as a possible build. Ooh, that could be a Drunken Brawler. That could be good. I mean, excuse me, I shouldn't make the assumption that you're playing a dwarf. Because that would be stereotyping. Even if it is you, Pope, and we love you. By the way, for those of you who don't know, and you haven't seen it yet, Pope also plays a dwarf on when I misspell the command in the command, and therefore when I spell the command correctly, it's wrong. On our Zweihander campaign, The Long Retreat, which the first 2 episodes are up now on YouTube. It's very interesting. I got to shoot a person in the way. Yeah, it's like Tall Squall playing a paladin. This is true. Tall Squall is playing in this game, and I'm not giving any spoilers about who anybody is playing in this game. So yes, I will save that all for my players for session 0, or Simon making bad choices. I mean, Simon, we love you for your choices, and sometimes that happens. Also, by the way, if you want to check, you should check out all of these people because they're wonderful, and if you don't follow them, you should follow some of them. But Simon, Wandering DM, we got to last night have the second part of our 2-part episode of Harlem Unbound, Call of Cthulhu. That was great. Simon's a bard, isn't he? Well, that's the funny thing. Simon doesn't usually play bards. That's the funny part. IRL, pretty much, yes. But he doesn't play bards as often. Usually, Simon plays rangers or other interesting characters. Just throwing that out there. Yes, you should check out Harlem Unbound. If you didn't, spoiler alert, if you didn't see it last night, it will probably be going up in the YouTube in the near future. It was a lot of fun. So much fun. I cannot wait till we get to come back for the next one. But also, hashtag not sponsored, but go follow Chris Spivey and Darker Hue Studios on Twitter. They are some great people. And Harlem Unbound, and time to go with the whole thing. Go follow Chris Spivey, go follow Darker Hue Studios on Twitter, and go, if you have not voted for the Ennies yet, vote in the Ennies, because Chris Spivey and Darker Hue Studios' other major work, Haunted West, a reimagining of the West as it actually was, and historically accurate, and all of the spoopy creepiness that you would want with that, is nominated for an Ennie. And I am not sponsored in any way, but he is good people, and you should go support them. And Simon says, yes, he is downloading it and putting it on YouTube this weekend. Simon also says that he is usually does at least play it as Monk. Any Geek, I'm usually play Rangers or Ranger Arcane Hybrid. I mean, it's interesting. For me, if I'm a player, I enjoy playing support casters. Whether that's a bard or a druid or a cleric, I end up as a support caster. And I like the way that works in games a lot. But we'll see. And I haven't played a martial character in 5e at all. Interesting. Um, but we are talking about magic and the impact of magic and where magic would be problematic. Pope is saying we should fix this. I mean, I'm technically playing a martial character in Zweihander. And I play a martial character in Dragon Age. Or Dragon in the Dragon Age campaign I'm in with Simon, which hopefully we'll get to back to again soon as people's schedules can come back. Simon, I'm gonna ask a thing that's not about the redacted, but before you go back to lurk, I want to ask a thing. Are we allowed to celebrate yet? Has it officially gone to the thing yet? Because if we are, we're allowed to celebrate? I'll wait until Simon says yes or no. Check Discord. Okay. I got nothing. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, you know, I don't want to say anything because I didn't know. Thank you. No, he was messaging me on Discord. I don't have a Discord. I lurk in other people's Discords and occasionally talk to people, but I do not have my own Discord. But no, we're cheering for Simon because I'd been following, but I didn't see the final update because apparently it went out last week, and I'm a person that missed these things last week. But Simon is very, very happy because the official celebration is public, that the game that Simon has been working on for the last year and writing for has now officially gone to print. So celebration time. Woohoo! Went last week. But now Pope is saying that he should fix me playing a martial character. Okay. And then I'm like giving you things to work on. Work on things, Pope. And then Anageek says, I mean, back in 3.5 I made a prestige class for Ranger called Deepwood Sniper. I mean, Anageek, have you been watching our Zweihander campaign? Yeah, that's a thing. I will just say, my artillerist dwarf in our Zweihander campaign. Oh, episode 2 is now up on the YouTube, by the way, Anageek, and episode 3 will be going up tomorrow. But fun things. We should get back to D&D and world building and considering and thinking about how these things work. So for the purposes of this, because monks mechanically are not casters for the most part, except when they have certain spells from the subclass of monk, and most of those are not arcane, they're divine, I would say no, monks are not inherently considered casters. The ones that are divine are considered divine, so they would probably be okay mostly in most places. But again, you're going to have these issues of things that are like Godelda here. Oh, no, I'll let Jay know that that's misspelled. Goleda is how it should be spelled. Halflings are known to be druids, and some of the most powerful druids in the world. So much so that there is a chili plant that they and they alone have been able to cultivate on this new world, and no one else has. It can be found grown wild in certain locations, but only the Goelda halflings have been able to cultivate it. And this chili is renowned and desired for both its flavor as a spice and also its healing properties, because it can heal both wounds and diseases. Yeah, Annie Geek was in chat for episode 3. And Prax casually pulls out her sniper rifle. I mean, fun fact, mechanically speaking, it's not even a rifle, it's a handgun. Do you have a tiny space left for an active volcano? Maybe to dump some ritually into? There is a tectonics area, but no one is there at the moment. Actually, most of the tectonics are not in this settled regions of Endios. There's lots of tectonics and volcanic issues going around in the archipelago. However, no one's really successfully navigated that, because a lot of the magic that's still in the air from the total sundering of a continent is kind of making it really hard to sail around there. Look, unstable... okay, for another reason why you should go watch the Zweihander Long Retreat, the phrase... because it's now officially a quote in my channel. I believe it's 27. Oh no. Wait, which one is it? I need to double check which quote it is. Hold on. Hold please. Hold please. Which quote is it? I have a whole bunch of quotes that you can just click. Oh yes. It's 28. No, it's 28. You violated its cranial cavity. I can't say it with a straight face. Because Laura, for those of you who don't know, spoiler alert, Laura, one of the players, was like, I'm going to boop the skeleton on the nose. And I was the one that had to point out, it's a skeleton, so it doesn't have a nose. It has, because your cartilage has already been gone. It's a skeleton, there's no fleshy bits. So there's just a cranial cavity for the olfactory senses were. And so Pope says you violated its cranial cavity. We are an interesting group of people. I love my friends. Thank you very much. We'll be here all week. Also, that was the session where the plan was to pray to Sigmar real hard to have Pope's dwarf get mad. And then just let Pope's dwarf get mad at a lot of things. And it worked. However, we are not talking about Zweihander. We're talking about D&D. We're talking about world building and the fact that this archipelago is non-navigable, effectively. And you have lots of various ways in which high-level casting, high-level powers of even non-casters are going to be vastly important and vastly effective. We are talking, let's look for a minute at one of the NPCs that we've built previously. Let's go with our dear friend Shield Lord Adama. He is one of the consorts to King Kalafani, who's the king of Walaba. King and Walaba practices polygamy. And the belief that the ruler should have, any ruler should have both a female and male consort for religious and reproductive purposes. But Shield Lord Adama, we made him a straight protection battle master with a shield, with a shield feat. And you sit there and you realize you don't need to be a high-level caster to have a massive impact on the world, right? Like, he's got 150 hit points. And then he's got an AC of 22. He's in full plate. And that's just straight. And he can use his dex. He can apply his AC, Shield's AC to the dex saving throw. So he gets a +3 to any dex save, +5 to any dex save that he rolls. He is tanky in the best way. So high-level people, regardless of their class, are going to have a massive impact on the world. One of the things I've been talking about, one of the great things would be periodically just the random messages I get from Pope in our group chat. Be like, so what about this thing? And I'll just give you the answer. Or sometimes it takes me a minute to think and then I'll have the answer. But I love that level of world building with players. I love the fact that over the last effectively 4 days of messages between me and Tall Squall, Jay, some things have gotten clarified about an entire region of this world that was... Have a good one, Danny. I'm sorry that you had some horrible news. I hope that life gets better for you. Never a problem. Have yourself a good day. I hope your night gets better. I shouldn't say good night because bad things happen, so I hope you have a better night. Exactly. I hope things get better. Yeah, so an entire section of this map that I had information for, but I hadn't quite fleshed entirely out, got much more fleshed out because I sat there and spent 3 days having messages back and forth with a player about that world section. And it happened twice, which is great. So I can just have many, many sections of the world getting more and more detailed because I'm sitting there having this playing off of a player. You know, what do you want to do? Oh, you want to do that? Well, okay, so this is what exists now. Let's take what you have and work together to play with it. And that's one of the things I think that I have very particular feelings about certain TTRPGs and certain TTRPGers who think that DMs are a problem or an issue that need to be worked around, or DMs that want to, you know, dictate everything and anything, because that's not good either. But a GM or a DM is also a player at the table, right? And they're setting the world and setting the stage, but they're not just a prop. They are also engaging and playing with the game. And guys, as much as we love the performance and we love the emotions that it brings and we experience with it, it is, at its core, a game. So, we should remember that you should experience and appreciate the fact that the players and the GM, I as a GM, I've built this world. I know a lot about this world. I know a lot about how the mechanics of this world are going to work. I know a lot about how reasonings and reasons why, but it is, as we have shown, as much of the map that has been explored, it is a continent of 7,250 miles from end to end, at least as far over there, you know, and then east to west at the strongest point, it's about 3,595, you know, or just under 5,000 miles, you know, just under 5,000 miles, depending on where you are. So it is a massive territory and area. There are large numbers of places that are unexplored and unknown. And I like to sit there and go, yeah, I know how generally this world works and this area works. And I have different pieces that are playing here. But let me sit and talk to a player and be like, oh, you want to do something like that? Okay, well, this is what I've got started. Let's go off each other and see what the details are. Let's say that this is, you know, certain places were more fleshed out because of things that happened in conversations with players. And I'm not giving any spoilers because I don't want to give away the game. Because we want you all to come back and watch when we play in a couple weeks. And our premiere on July 30th. So 2 weeks is our premiere. Where we're going to have 2 players, and there'll be 2 half session sessions ones. Two half session solo sessions, me and a player, and they're going to be half session long in character introduction moments for each of the players to give you that world and let you see them. And I cannot wait. I'm so excited. I am so excited. I'm glad my players are excited. There have been some very interesting conversations that have been going on. Like I said, I've been getting messages. Some of them have been very interesting, and some of them are really interesting. So much so that I had to build 6 NPCs and start the NPC doc. The NPC doc has begun. I won't show you that yet, though. For those of you who are joining us here for world building, one of the things I do in the games that I run is I create a Google Slides doc for all of my players with all of the NPCs that they've met, with just general basic information for them and an image so that they know who we're talking about. And I share that with the players. Now, the players have a version of that, and I have a version of that because some of that is also my DM notes, and you don't need to know everything. What that does is players can take more notes if they wish. They can have more clarified notes or take more detailed notes. Looking at you, Lindy and Trooper. Hi, I love you. Wonderful. But at the same time, it means that I can have a document where I'm like, no, you know who this NPC is. You've met them before, and have all my players have a resource to be like, oh, okay, this is where we're looking at. This is what we've got to. The soon to be larger than the Encyclopedia Britannica list of NPCs. Look, I'm just saying. Let me see something. Let me see a thing. I should look at Mekton. Mekton has 47. What is Witcher? Witcher's massive. Witcher is now at 69. No, these realms do not have Mekton. There are no Mektons in these realms, Coldrake. Do not. Yeah, Metageek, nice. And then Witcher, I think, is the biggest at the moment. Blue Rose. Yeah, that's not a thing here, Coldrake. We are not doing steampunk magic. Yeah, Blue Rose is only at 38. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how we do with, this game and how many NPCs I build. Well, because so far, for the entire continent, I have shared with the players each of the major rulers of the nations and a little bit about their general, each of the rulers of the nations. except for Darasov and Posilov, um, and Yaraba and Sekele. I mean, I mentioned that Sekele is ruled by a council of elders elected by the families of each of the major houses of halflings. And then Uraba is different. So, if there are elementals, nobody knows. Except for me. I know. But that would be a spoiler, so shh. No spoilers. Because, you know, a bunch of my players are still in chat, which I totally respect and they're allowed to do at any time they want. Because nothing here is going to be overly revealing. I am excited for this. I'm very excited for how the players are going. I'm excited for the way in which the world will work. But I guess the thing is, I feel like we've been going for 2 hours. I need to check on the puppy because it's 9:15. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to take a short break. 5-10 minutes. And what I think we're going to do is say, take a moment, have a break, and let you guys put questions in chat about what is the thing you want me to know about most. Yes, exactly. Grab food, water, care for the dog, which is the most important. So we'll put, say, 10 minutes on the clock. And then when we come back, leave me questions in chat. Just do the question, comment on the thing, and I will see them. So I'll see you in a few minutes, everybody. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you are refreshed, stretched. I feel good. I took the dog out. Important things are done. Now we have questions to answer. First up, are there known constellations? Are they tied to gods or gods? And did the sundering coincide or was preceded by celestial events? I love Pope because he leads me with those wonderful questions. Yes, there are known constellations. Yes, a large number of them are tied to myths and, or well, what we would call myths, but stories about the gods, their chosen heroes, their former champions. But a lot of that has been changed over 2,000 years since the Sundering, right? A lot of these stories have been taken and manipulated and twisted into ways that are different and have different meanings. The same way we look at constellations today, and what were constellations like Sagittarius, Scorpio, Taurus, Aries, all of these are constellations. We have different understandings of how those work and how those are manipulated and used. So yes, there are constellations. There are known constellations. I haven't drawn them all out yet, but a bunch of them exist. There are 14 major constellations, and I freely acknowledge that's because I have 14 months in my year. 14 months of 20 days, 14 20-month days. 14 20-day months in the calendar as it exists. By the way, my version of the Setting Bible, actually printed out, and all of my tabs, does have the calendar in the back. Whole bunches of things exist in here. But the calendar is also in here. Which I will add to my players document collection in hopefully tomorrow because I didn't get it done today. The constellations I will have to rework because I did draw them, and we've already discussed my talents for drawing, which I guess are slightly better with constellations because it's just dots. But yes. And again, those constellations are going to be different because, again, this is a massive piece of land. It is about the size of the North and South America combined. Maybe a little bit smaller, but it's huge in that way. And then the archipelago is another entire continent, and those people looking at the sky in that area are going to see something very different than if you see something over here in Tarkin versus in Varum. So constellations are unique. Most of them are the same, but a bunch of them are going to be viewed differently. And this is not a spoiler, but there were no known celestial events tied to the Sundering. That's one of the reasons the Sundering is considered such a momentous event. It wasn't tied to any... It occurred without any form of divination predicting it at all. Which is another reason why, Exactly, Coldrake. Excuse me, sir, why do you call it the bear when it is known as the loving couple? Exactly, there are two, different people have different things. And that's why when I built the world, when I built this beautiful world that my wonderful player took into an actual design, you have to think about things like common exists because it is the lingua franca from the old empire, from old Arabia. But each of these countries now has their own vernacular, which is why when I get to talk to my players, and one of the things I mentioned to my players is, yeah, there'll be certain species languages, but there also be vernaculars that you, based on where you're born or where you grew up, you might have as a language. Which I always think is fun, because it's the assumption that, hey, guess what? Even if you are speaking the same language, it doesn't mean that necessarily you're going to be able to communicate or actually understand everything that everyone's saying. Again, there are different idioms, there are different grammatical constructions, there are different slang terms, there are different uses for the same word, even within the same language. So just having a common, quote unquote common, doesn't mean it is indeed the same language for everyone, and everyone is going to be experiencing the language the same way. Mark Songs asks, are there any necromancers? Have there been necromancers in the past? Yes. Are there currently any necromancers that are well known and about? Well known? No. Necromancy is not a well looked on practice. In fact, one might even say it's a banned practice. Yoruba definitely has some, and the Lagunak, which are the assassins, Vestru, the god of death, it's their holy order that is dedicated to both assassination and dealing with those who try and cheat death. Necromancy would probably fall under that. So it'll be interesting to see if there are actually any necromancers. Caldrake asks, are the pirate, I'm assuming you're talking about my pirate halflings, looting and pillaging the coastline, or are they more the de facto power on the water and actually adjudicate maritime activities? Caldrake, they would say that they're not pirates, they're merely privateers. And because they have a piece of paper from their government that says that they are allowed to raid ships that do not follow or obey their law of the sea. And since Varum is a growing power, this Empire of Varum is a growing power and wishes to expand even further, there have been some run-ins between Sekele privateers and Varum ships. Not that Varum, perhaps one might say they're trading vessels at the moment, not necessarily their navy. Not that they really have one, but you understand. Tenerique enjoys a very positive relationship with Sekele. They see them as a beneficial party. Very beneficial. Cortel actually has trade relations with them. Pope asks, when folks were fleeing the Sundering, did they find any ruins on Endios? Yes. There were some. Some obvious formations, but they didn't find any inhabitants. There are now... they did not find any inhabitants, but they did find ruins. Signs of habitation. Most of those are most of the big ones that people know about are long gone. There was what was a hill fortification in Zujaj, Slagava also had a large, mounded, what looked like, possibly a settlement of some sort, but other than that, small signs of habitation, but no one had seen any sapient beings on this continent before they got here. Coldrake says, or Anygeek says, trade ships with defense capability. I mean, that's basically what Varum has, and they're not even really good defense capability. They're also not that great ships. There are reasons for that. One of the major religious events is just for Tamandra, Lady of the Waves in Varum. When in the spring, when the northern ports end up melting and the ice floes melt so that you can begin sailing out of them again, there's a major festival to Tamandra then. So Pope asks, he says he's interested in hearing the different funerary rites of the different nations and cultures. There are quite a few. Varum and Saling are really the only two nations that practice burial internment the way, in-ground burial internment. Tenerique practices, uses a more practice similar to what we have in New Orleans of mausoleum internment, above ground internment. It's mostly a desert, so you're not wasting wood on burning, but you're also not really digging deep holes a lot. So it's not so they believe in their mausoleums or family mausoleums. Some practice cremation, some don't. It's in more family choices than anything else. Wallaba practices mostly cremation. And it's a religious rite cremation. Like I said, Varum and Saling practice in-ground internment. Cortel practices a form of ancestor worship, sort of. Not necessarily worship, but respect. And they believe that after you cremate the body, what's left after the cremation, and each family has their own altar specifically for this cremation process. After whatever's left is going to be interred in a small urn and then interred in the family shrine. And, you can trace your lineage and find power and respect in your family and ancestors. And you're supposed to commune with them on occasion. As I said, Wallaba practices cremation and ritual cremation. The Orc tribes practice a form of what we would call sky burial, but not quite. Because it's not quite open plains or open mountainside. Instead, it's designated areas where the flesh remains of an individual are left in offering to the creatures and animals that exist, and kind of a way to perpetuate a cycle of life and connection to the world. But they're also nomadic, so they're quasi-nomadic, which means they circle back to the same areas repeatedly, following herds. And they also practice a means of I didn't come up with a term for it, and I probably will eventually look up some words and come up with a term for it, where part of their beliefs are tied to a large number of the Orc tribes believe that you should not you should not cut your hair or harm your body in ways like tattooing or things like this, because unless it's for dedication to the gods, but like personal tattooing is a thing. It is a thing that's looked down upon, but ritual tattooing is acceptable in certain instances, because they believe that there's yeah, it's a little bit Tibetan, a little bit Sami. I freely acknowledge I got some inspiration from those cultures. One of the things I like about world building as an anthropologist is I can sit there and go, there are so many different ways in which the human creature has evolved for their environment and adapted within their cultures. And why do they do that? And how do they do that? And how can we, take that and that same understanding and look at a world like this? Now, I don't want appropriative behaviors, but at the same time, I can sit there and say, Tenerife is a desert country. It is known for its glass. It's known for its oils. You're not going to be spending money on wood to cremate your dead, because it's expensive in a desert. The orc tribes are all, quasi-nomadics, herd followers. They practice a form of sky burial, and they also practice a belief that when you have the awake for the deceased for 3 days, after which the deceased you cut their hair for basically the first time in their lives, and the body is then left in the designated sky burial location, and the hair of the deceased is woven into the homes and buildings and tent works of the tribe, believing that this would further strengthen the tribe. And this is actually a practice, because remember, the orcs had been elves and were taken and twisted and manipulated by evil wizards during the Sundering. And this was a practice of a group of elves in the old Arabia, where the belief was that because they were inherently magical, the physical remains of their bodies could help their family after they've passed. Yes, I have been deep diving into burial ceremonies throughout history. You say that like I didn't write a paper on it in undergrad. So yes. So the Goedelia halflings, and that's the thing, is that's misspelled on here, but I know it still, so it's okay. The Goedelia halflings, they are mostly druids, and actually the most powerful druids come from this group of halflings. There's the Goedelia halflings, the Elfrin halflings, and the Seikoli halflings. The Goedelia halflings practice a form of internment where literally whenever a member of their community dies, a particular, whatever plant is associated with them for whichever in the plant meanings, a seed is buried with them, and during the ritual of internment and funerary practice, the druid, who is, instead of the cleric who is leading the funeral rites, causes the plant to sprout from the remains, and then the body will actually to help. It's actually why there's a large number of interesting trees in various locations among the Goedelia. Thank you, Ice Bunny. I thank you for thinking I'm in my young age, but I'll take it. Novigrr is mostly mountains and a fjord and lots of pine forest. They do not practice burial interment. Like I said, only Salling and Varum really practice that. They do practice either cremation or some of the settlements along the fjord itself, along the fjord itself, maybe further from the mountains, practice sea burial. Ice Bunny, I thank you for that. I thank you for that number. So much do I thank you for that number. Have I mentioned everybody? Oh, and the Elfrin Halflings. The Elfrin Halflings have a belief in well, they're words. I need to check my notes. I did not talk about the Elfrin Halflings. Come here, notes. I have you. I has the notes. Okay, Elfrin Halflings. They have practices a form of oh, okay. This is what I did. Haha. Proof positive that I pay a lot of attention. The Elfrin Halflings practice a form of mausoleum internment the same way Tenerique does. Nobody, I could tell you about your, anything else? Do we have other questions? Does anyone practice crypt burials? Yeah. What do you mean by that? As opposed to, like, Tenerique and the Elfrin Halflings practice mausoleum burials, which are above ground, I guess, crypts. Or did I just... Hold, please. I just put my phone down, and I need to get it. Because it just went off. Hold, please. It obviously was not important because they did not leave me any message. So... Am I still muted? No, I think I fixed it. Okay, I'm getting readings, so I think I am no longer muted. But what did you meet, Anageek? Because, Tenerique and the Elfrin Halflings practice mausoleum burial. So you have a form of internment in above ground crypts and mausoleums. Oh, underground crypts, like in France. Not as such. Like I said, the only people who practice, a good place for necromantic cults. Yes. Yes, they are. And considering that the undead are well known and a hazard, particularly for if the bodies are not buried with the proper rites and dedicated to by a priest of Vestru. So even the smallest village has a priest that can perform a basic ceremonial funeral. I guess the only one I haven't mentioned is Yoraba and Sekali. Oh, Sekali practices sea burial. They firmly believe that they're from the sea, so to the sea they are given. It's interesting because the Elfren halflings are technically part of the Empire of Varum, but they don't have a lot of the same practices as a lot of Varum does because they're special. And I think the only other place I didn't mention is Yoraba? Yeah. Yoraba also... yes, Mark. We are going to stream this game. Our premiere will be July 30th at 8 p.m. Eastern here on Praxagor Thesmophoria. I have posted about it on Twitch. And I will be, actually, I posted on Twitter, so here, let me grab the tweet I posted recently. And if you, actually, I should here. I will post the link in chat so that you can all see it. There you go. I'll be posting that. So, Mariner's navigation. Most is constellation navigation, but there's also a lot less, because of the dangers of the waters around the archipelago, there isn't a lot of deep sea sailing. So a lot of coastal sailing. You do have a lot of things going on. So going back up, Coldrake says... Oh, I didn't tell you... Well, Yoraba is unique. Yoraba has some interesting things that it does. It practices a similar practice like the orcs of haircutting and taking a portion of the remains of their loved ones and using it to strengthen their fortifications. But, you know, they don't practice sky burial. They have other things that they do, which might be closer to what you're saying about underground crypts, but not quite. Coldrake's question, when this game starts, are your players peppered all over the continent, or you answer summons from your local magistrate? So the first sessions that we're going to stream will be half session. So one, usually we run a session for 3 hours unless it's Witcher, in which case it can run anywhere from 4 to 5, depending on how much, my players want to get emotionally impacted and damaged, but I try to keep it to 3 hours. So the plan is so that for the first 3 sessions, starting on July 30th, they will be half sessions, so an hour and a half, solo episodes to introduce the characters and where they are in their retirement, when they're not, they're no longer actively adventuring, all of this. And then when we have the first group session, it will be all of them have been invited to a coronation for all of the players, or for one of the major heads of state, and therefore they will all be invited to this event. As to when they get there, I'll probably have at the end of their solo session the invitation arrive to them, so that they will all arrive at this particular event. Some of the player characters will have known each other beforehand. Some may only know each other by reputation. But that's a thing that will be revealed as the game goes on. And then Mark, always, of course, if anybody ever misses a session, or, as much as we would love to have everybody come hang out live, it has a YouTube. Okay, there we go. Command, there we go. If you can't come hang out live, come watch on YouTube. Lots of people do. I know some people that can't, because of scheduling, make things work, so they go hang out on YouTube and let that work. Go for it. I put everything into playlists so that everything is organized by game name. And yes, as much as, following, and notifications here on Twitch, get those too. Also, I should probably say you could subscribe, like, and share the videos on YouTube. I don't expect miracles, people. The fact that anybody watches the YouTube videos is impressive to me. So yes, we're talking about burials, we were talking about things, and then Unstable Dios asks, how do the mariners navigate? We said mostly there's some celestial navigation, but there is also, of course, coastal navigation, because it's, now mind you, again, we've said that it's a massive map, because it's about 300 miles between, the strait at its widest point is, at its narrowest point is 330 miles between, or 310 miles. Just about, depending on where you're going. Yes, you would have very detailed coastal maps, or as much as you can. You also are probably going to have a lot of, and those celestial navigation is useful, but you're not doing any major ocean crossings. No one's going this way, right? So you don't need to worry about most celestial navigation. No one's going to go to the old empire, because it'd be a big old hole, and the amount of magic that's still there in the area, causes problems. We won't discuss plans for the Necromantic Uprising. Well, I'm just going to say that if bodies are left unburied appropriately, undead are an unfortunate hazard of the problem. Actually, Coldrake, less chaos. Well, I mean, it could be considered a chaos. The archipelago could be considered a chaos zone, but more accurately, it was part of going back to me and my understanding and using what I know. That my comparison to the Sundering is that these evil wizards forced chromatic dragons to basically cause what would be a super volcano cataclysmic event. And from what we know, basically destroying a continent. Okay, so there's going to be some repercussions, some tectonic issues, some, if we would say perhaps the comparison to dropping a bunch of nuclear warheads on a continent to shatter it, there would be a bunch of radiation still hanging out. So the magic radiation would probably be a better, comparison here. Don't want to mess with that. Hey, Crit, welcome in. Feel free to lurk if you choose. Yeah, the chaos zone equals wild magic and in general oh shit situations. This is true. This is indeed true. A lot of that. Um, but so you get a lot of this. Necromantic, the necromantic equality platform. We must organize secretly. Look, I'm just saying, there's an entire monastery slash cathedral in Yaraba that is dedicated, full of monks and assassins and clerics who hate necromancers and see them as a affront to the divine order. Mostly because their god said so. Because death is an inevitability and we all come to death, and why are you taking what is mine, says death. You wanna organize in your necromantic union, go right ahead. Go right ahead. I has a speed dial to a bunch of elven assassins. Mwahaha. Drake. I see what you did there. Necromancers get a bad rap. They're just trying to bring a little life to the party. There's plenty of life to be brought to this party. You could bring a druid or 6 and have plenty of life at the party. You know? As life goes. Oh, unstable DS. Why are raised bodies an affront? Do the intelligence's souls get raised with the body? Depends on who you ask. Some say yes. Some say the use of necromantic magics is a twisting and turning on the gate and reanimating something without the body, without the soul, is even worse, because then it's no longer a being and you're creating slaves. That's fair. You can't guarantee that some people had intelligence before they died. Or a demon could fill those shells. Exactly. The method in, how, an undead is. You know, a question. How are those things animated? What is animating them? That is a question. People want to know. You can recycle without going into necromancy. Anna Geek, I'm not going to bring necrophages into a D&D game. My players would not be able to handle a bunch of drowners. That's what you need a Witcher for. And that's the other problem with that necromancy, Caldrake, particularly on a continent of a world where literally arcane magic ain't that happy. It is not well loved, and the only school for arcane magic is in Varum. And even in Tenerique, and other places that accept it, are still kind of like, we have some problems with arcane, and you're gonna go ahead here and abuse the arcane magic by bringing our loved ones back from the dead and forcing us to fight them because they're turning around and trying to eat our brains. That ain't cool. That would be a good way to get yourself killed. Just saying. Just saying. See, I agree with Crit. It's a valid response. I would also like to point out that that would probably, if you were in Cortel, draw a lot of attention to you with the casting of certain arcane magic, which would probably really, really, really get you, you know, arrested and or executed. Just throwing that out. Um, so and using totems from the dead raises cultural debates about the practice's position on the spectrum of necromancy. Yes, but what are we talking about, Dios? Are we talking about the orc tradition of haircutting and then using that to interweave within the tribal protections? Because it's not about the rest of the body is consigned to sky burial, and but the hair itself is used as a is to fortify the magics that exist in defense of the uh, tribe, interwoven long ancestral connections. Um, that is a question, Unstable Dios, and I can tell you that I have decided that yes, it does. Because it's woven into blankets and rugs, and then into also other forms of tapestries that are making up the tents and systems. And it's woven in such a way as to activate rune systems of protection and divine protections. So it's not active magics the way a lot of people would say, but it's passive protections. And what one of the things that I wish a lot of more fantasy novels and games and things looked at were other means of practicing magic rather than just, the systems that we get in things like D&D or the big spellcasty wizardy magey shit that we see a lot in other fantasy media, and look at other forms. And so one of my favorite authors of all time will always be Tamara Pierce. She is wonderful. I love her. She is a fabulous writer. She writes some of the best young adult fantasy fiction out there. She is one of the best writers of female protagonists ever. I do not care what else you say. She just writes beautifully, and she has some of the most interesting world building in her fiction. And one of my favorite creations that she has is the series called The Circle of Magic. It's her slightly younger series. You've got, The World of Tortall with Alana the Lioness, Song of the Lioness, and then The Next Generation with Diane, which is the Wild Magic series, which is separate, and that's over here. And then you have the Circle of Magic series, which is an entirely different world, an entirely different world building. And each of the characters, the four kids that are the main characters in that series, all practice magic in a way that's different. And one of the people that practices magic in the most interesting and probably one of the most old world ways that I love is Sandry. And Sandry practices threadcraft magic. And that's what I kind of want. I picture this tradition of hair cutting and using and weaving it's a form of threadcraft magic by taking, the belief that we have this understanding in D&D that elves are somehow inherently magical because they're related to the Fey realm. They're a special magically buffy species, whatever. Orcs in my world were once elves and are now taken and twisted and made into something new, but at their same core they're still inherently magical and that is why these evil wizards want to use them for shock troops during the Sundering. So you take that tradition of weaving and silk work and knot work and thread work, and you take what is an inherently magical species and like take the fact that, you know, we say all of these monsters in D&D and Witcher and all of these things, because they're inherently magical, that your bodies have, you know, like, you can make potions out of dead magical creatures and magical plants to do things. So magical species like elves, they're gonna have some sort of being, which is why they practice sky burial and, you know, let their body magics return to the soil and therefore return to the world as it is and give that magic back. But also at the same time, you keep the hair and weave that into cloth that would be the tents and the rugs and anything for the tribe, which adds to the protections that exist within the tribe, adding that magic back into the tribe. So there's that kind of practice. Caldrake asks, will your PCs have full access to the spells for their choices, or due to the world dynamics are their spells curtailed? I don't usually curtail spells. Some of them I might talk to my players first about how they work. The way certain spells are written, looking at you, not Revivify, but oh, what is it? Cleric spell. Come here, cleric spell. The one after Revivify. Resurrection. Or Resurrection? Yes. Resurrection is... I think they're, you know, I agree with Matthew Mercer on this, and I agree with most of the DMs I've ever played with, that Resurrection and True Resurrection and anything beyond Revivify requires a level of more complex casting than would be just the way it's stated in the core rulebook. And because of the way I've built this world, one of the things is I'm always going to talk to the players about when we get into spells is how those spells interact with the world and how they work. And sometimes, you know, yeah, restoration or greater restoration should be church level instead of on the trail. Exactly. Like, well, maybe restoration. Like, I could say that restoration you could do on like a march or something, because that could be an immediate. But greater restoration should require some sort of build-up or holy site in with which to work. Same thing with resurrection and true resurrection. You need a little bit more there. Exactly. You have to prepare the altar, which in Cortel might be one of the reasons why they practice true cremation. And Walaba. So, like, the spells themselves wouldn't be curtailed, but perhaps maybe, you know, if you're a cleric of, say, you know, of Velthaprini the teacher, I might ask a very strongly worded question of why you as a cleric of Velthaprini the teacher taking inflict wounds. That does not seem like it would follow the dedicated ascribed values and traditions of Velthaprini the teacher. Unstable Dios asks, can you resurrect someone whose time it is to have their cord cut? That is a question. Like, and that's why I actually agree with Matt Mercer in making it a number of rolls to see if it works or not. Sometimes I'll say it does. Sometimes I'll say it doesn't. It also really depends, because sometimes it's a negotiation with Vestru, the god of the dead, because in the end it's not about cheating death, it's just about, making promises. And that's why I like the idea of bargains for resurrection. Deals, negotiations. Mark, it's not... recycling the hair for its magic isn't about necromancy, because you're not doing any... You're just allowing the natural magics that already exist to feed into a pool of magic that does. The same thing like what they do with when they let the rest of their body feed into the pool of magic that exists. They're not trying to then revive the body. That's necromancy. Oh yes, Pope. Pope was talking about when I was talking about thread magic. My favorite magical traditions, candle magic. Candle magic is great. My players in Witcher have some wonderful opinions about candle magic and certain things I did with that. Because I like to take those kinds of things and have fun and interesting things with them. I like to think about that there's entire traditions of magics and powers in this world that are not what we think of them or what we identify, because there are, unstable Dios, I would say that flesh golems are necromancy. Traditional Jewish understandings of golems are not necromancy, because there's no flesh or bone taken from them. They're made of clay and then activated by usually a rabbi writing the prayers of activation on a small scroll that's then left in the golem. Is raising the dead a form of necromancy? Yes. But at the same time, if a different god would intercede against Vestru and ask for this particular individual's life to be returned to them for a particular purpose, then Vestru might be able to say that it's not so much necromancy and allow it to happen because, they're serving a purpose. Is raising holy hell necromancy? Nah, that's just demonology. Yes, Mark. This world, the gods are active and involved, but at the same time, they cannot act. They're unlike in Faerun or the Forgotten Realms. A god is not just going to show up and come into your face, unless, of course, because they can't act directly on the world without their champions being involved. Their champion has to do something, which is why a large number of high-level paladins, high-level clerics, even high-level fighters, or these great heroes that we talk about have some sort of the common people believe that they are and know that they are some sort of champions for the gods as they exist. Are you saying the gods can be considered hypocrites based on political convenience? No. I'm saying that because everyone will eventually come to death, because death is the last friend, which is one of my favorite epitaphs that I gave Vestru the last friend. It's not about cheating death. It's about... it was planned, right? Or not quite planned. The possibility of the resurrection would be allowed, but whether the resurrection actually happens because the gods are willing to aid it, that is something else. Look, the necromancers are not wanting to do good things. So, no. We're not running an evil campaign here, guys. No. You need necromancer anti-heroes. We're not playing anti-heroes. We're playing no, not an evil campaign, not the anti-hero campaign. That's a separate campaign. Look, Witcher is the anti-hero campaign right now. Ugh. For those of you who don't know, I run a Witcher campaign. With some wonderful friends of mine. Billy, Lindy, Trooper, Simon. They're wonderful. I would just like to say that they have made some choices in that campaign. They have made some strong choices. And if you want to look it up, it is on the YouTube. There's a playlist. It's called Witcher Roads Home. Good for it. Pope says there are no need for anti-heroes. Exactly. You're going to have plenty of very good heroes in this campaign. Yes, there are plenty of anti-heroes on this channel. I would also like to point out Mekton. We have a whole bunch of anti-heroes on that game, too. Mark, I will give you this as a small spoiler. Small spoiler. Just a tiny, tiny one. For the Witcher campaign. And then I'll come back to the Mekton campaign to kind of give an example of my anti-hero question mark. So in the Witcher campaign, when they found out that an item could be tied to the Wild Hunt and possibly be a means of the Wild Hunt recruiting people and figuring this out and or tracing the item rather than keep the item, which I understand it was cursed, you didn't want to keep it, fine. They got rid of it. And where did they get rid of it? They got rid of it in Banard and sent it to Banard when they knew that the Wild Hunt could track it and trace it and follow it. So they sicked the Wild Hunt on Banard. And if you want to know what happens next, I recommend you go watch the whole 3 seasons of it and understand that choices were made. As opposed to Mekton, let's see. Hey, Pope. Pope. Also, okay, so you want a further example Unstable Dios about Witcher question marks? Somebody decided to cast a particular spell. Oh, you want to know what was a blast? This spell. There's a particular spell in the Witcher Tome of Witcher books that's a fire spell, whereas Fireball in D&D is a set location. It's kind of big, but it's a set location. And Firestorm is a straight line, but a single instance. Picture the what amounts to what is it? It's 70. It's an area which is a radius of 70 meters. 70-meter radius area of forest in the summer, which he called down fire upon from the sky that lasts 10 rounds. Unstable Dios, why can't you play heroic characters, only anti-heroes? Just out of curiosity. No, Coldrake, Firestorm only lasts during a burn ban. Yep. Firestorm during a burn ban, but I have a question. How long does Firestorm last? I should look this up because it will make it even more D&D... Oh, it's a spell. Firestorm. Really? You can't just look it up when I... Your search, I do not favor. Fire. Spells. Here we go. Firestorm. Thank you. Okay, it's instantaneous, and its duration is instantaneous. The storm is made up of sheets of roaring fire that appears in a location you choose. Within range, the area of the storm consists of 10-foot cubes. Yeah, so Firestorm during a burn ban that instead of is instantaneous lasts... I think you have to roll for it, and he rolled for 10 rounds. So, no, it's even longer than that. What is it? It's based on his, yeah, it lasts for 10-15 minutes. So, Firestorm with a 70-meter radius that lasts 15 minutes during a burn ban, and has a 75% chance to light people on fire, and an 80% chance on flammable items. Unstable says, answering my question about why you can't play heroic characters. Heroic characters are dull, usually because they're overly simplistic morals, and I am drawn with asymmetric modes of warfare in all arenas of warfare take places in. But here's the thing. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're an anti-hero. And I think that becomes the question of... You can have secret questionable actions, but that does that mean that you're not a hero? And that is a point, I think, of a lack of understanding of what a hero is based on the personification that we in modern America say Superman is a hero, Batman is the anti-hero, or Superman is the hero and we don't want to really be him, but at the same time, Punisher is the anti-hero and we want to be Punisher. I'm like, great, but let's look at Steve Rogers, who everybody will agree is one of the most heroic characters in comics. He has questions. He has questionable actions and motivations. And here is a point where you can have a character who works with others and has do not get me started on my opinions about the end of Endgame, because oh my god, they do Steve Rogers no, I understand that Marvel Cinematic wanted to do this whole thing where, Iron Man becomes, the personification of Christ in a whole redemption arc, whatever, and you wanted to shoot, but no, you did my Steve Rogers wrong. But let's go back to, the first Avenger and Winter Soldier, where you can see, that Steve Rogers turns around and says, no, my best friend is trapped behind enemy lines. I'm going to ignore my orders. I'm going to ignore everyone else and say, fuck you all. I'm going to get him back. Oh, wait, I did it, and I brought back everybody who was with him. Or, you know what? No. Hydra's infiltrated the fuck out of S.H.I.E.L.D. There is nothing redeeming about all of you. You had 75 years, and you done screwed everything up. I'm going to go ahead and stand there and say, fuck all y'all, and burn this shit to the ground. And I think that's where people see is okay, an anti-hero is Punisher. And you can have heroes who do, anti-heroes, as Mark says, anti-heroes who can also be heroic, if not technically heroes. Exactly. But I think that we've gotten so lost in this ideology that heroes are always perpetually good. They're always these goody-goodies. They don't have any moral questions. They don't have any... There's never going to be a belief in asymmetric warfare. Unstable Dios, Captain America and the Howling Commandos are, by their definition and existence, asymmetric warfare. They are commando units sent in behind enemy lines to fuck shit up and blow everything up. Like, there is no way that they are engaging in the normal, what is accepted modes of warfare in most arenas. But we all agree that Captain America is, by definition, a hero. I have so many problems with the end of Endgame because it assumes that the guy who we know started his whole career as Captain America by going behind enemy lines to save his best friend was going to leave him in a fridge locker subject to Hydra when he has the powers of time travel because he wants to kiss a girl. Nah, that ain't happening. Sorry, I don't agree with that ending. That ending never happened. Go away. Oh, Coldrake, can you drop the link to that book, either on Amazon or Barnes & Noble if you can find it real quick? Yeah, Captain Carter is an interesting what-if person. Loki is an interesting character because I find him as a protagonist, not an anti-hero or a hero. He is merely a protagonist. And at times he's an anti-hero. He can be viewed as an anti-hero by others, but I don't really agree with that perception. Punisher is the definition of what we consider an anti-hero. Logan is the definition of what we consider an anti-hero. You can do good actions, and that's the thing is, like, your morals are... Elric is an anti-hero. God, is he. I would even say that in certain places in the Marvel timeline, Magneto is an anti-hero. When Eric is hunting Nazis, he's acting as an anti-hero. Thank you, Coldrake, for that wonderful drop. For the book Virtues of Captain America, Modern Day Lessons on Character from a World War II Superhero. Exactly. I know a lot of people want to say that Batman is a anti-hero. Yes, in the Frank Miller run of Dark Knight, and in the movies The Dark Knight Rises, he's very much portrayed as an anti-hero. Yeah, Magneto is right about so much. I don't disagree with that. He just... I honestly have bigger problems with Charles Xavier at some points. I think part of Xavier's problem is that he tried so hard to inform his own form of ethics upon himself, but he then took that he required to be an ethical person with the level of telepathy that he had, which I understand, but he then forced that level of ethics on people that really, without an understanding of culture, and I think that was a problem. And John Constantine is an anti-hero. Dude, treat with devil. Like, all over the place. Let's go mess with some devils. And he can do good things, and he does. But at the same time, he doesn't care. Exactly, Coldrake. Marvel has had Magneto as a mega villain as well as supporting the heroes, and as the decades went by, Professor X turned into another mind scrambler. Yeah, I mean, Professor X should have had some... I have some issues with the way certain... Okay, so then that's the thing is, then Unstable Dios, I don't think what you're thinking of is heroic. Like, what you might be saying is what is a perceived, traditional, lawful good paladin who does nothing ever bad might be boring to you. Oh god, yes, Preacher. Oh, Preacher is an anti-hero, and if you can go watch the AMC series, mwah. That was a really well done series for that book. And I think a lot of people view the traditional lawful good paladin who can never do anything bad, and anytime they feel that the rogue is doing something wrong, they have to intervene, and all of these things. Yes, they are a horrible, not so great individual. Koldrake, it's not Tony Stark. It's not Robert Downey Jr. It's IMDb, come here. Who is it? It's Dominic Cooper. And it's so well done. Dominic isn't Tony Stark. Dominic Cooper is Howard in the MCU. Dominic Cooper only plays Howard Stark. Tony Stark has always been played by Robert Downey Jr. Exactly. But so I see a lot of problems where in old D&D, this perception that you can only do lawful good, or if you do something, that doesn't work, it's okay, Koldrake, I figured. If you do something that's bad, the lawful good paladin will stop you and all of these things, and you can't have fun because you can't make morally complicated choices. And I think you can and still be heroic. Anti-heroes are people who... Exactly. Early D&D was very good versus evil. And there's going to be a bit of that in here because I've built into the fact that the alignment is going to have an effect. And particularly with things like clerics and paladins where there's a tie to gods. But there's none of this species tie to any sort of alignment, any belief that all of these one species is good and all of these one species is bad. No, there's none of that moral reductionism here. And you can... So, one of the things that I really liked, I did watch the Critical Role EXU Calamity 4-shot, and I did watch the breakdown after the their series roundup that was this week. It was really good, their roundtable discussion. And one of the things that they were talking about is 5e takes paladins and makes their casting power charisma versus what it used to be, which was wisdom. And that was a very interesting choice because now you can look and see that a morally upright individual who believes that they're right with that amount of charisma can do some horrible things in the name of morality. But at the same time, they're not necessarily wise. Oh yeah, exactly. The Crusades and a whole bunch of other names. People have done horrible things in the name of religion for centuries across the religions. The Crusades, the Jihad, the Inquisition, most of the witch burnings, a bunch of other things that people have done in the name of religion. You can also now have himbo pallies. I mean, yeah. I have to agree with Trooper. I have complicated feelings about the word himbo because it's a persona, it's a treatment on the word bimbo, but it's still, if it's a himbo, kind of accepted as a goofy, lovable person and therefore a positive, but the root word that it comes from is still an insult and therefore seen as a negative. So it's perpetuating the ideology that the same term for a feminine presenting individual with those characteristics is a negative, but if you make it a masculine term for a masculine presenting individual with those characteristics, it's somehow positive, perpetuating the ideology that masculine is somehow better than feminine. Which is just my ideology, and it's why I have complicated feelings about it, because at the same time I also recognize that a lot of people have co-opted that word in and of themselves and taking a lot of value into it. So I don't want to take anyone's value from it, but I do love that that ideology exists, and that we can have some really fun, just balls, crazy, fun, joyful, positive people as paladins. I agree with that. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. Haha. It is us, the Spanish Inquisition. I didn't expect you. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. Will table 4, please? Yes, I know Monty Python. Our chief weapons are... Yes, exactly. Yeah, there's a lot of... And I think that's a big thing, Coldrake, when we were talking about alignment, is that a lot of people naturally... Go on, a bit about our chief weapons. Next session, we try to take our dead parrot back to the pet shop. Yeah, exactly. One of the things we get within alignments is this understanding that chaos is somehow inherently evil versus, and I think that's tied to a lot of what I'm going to call a very Protestantism view of chaos versus a lot of older cultures, a lot of non-Protestant Christian cultures, whether that's Catholic or Greek Orthodox or Coptic or Eritrean and Ethiopian Coptics. But this ideology that entropy is a thing that exists and everyone will go through it eventually, and, you know, everybody dies. Which a larger number of religions believed and ascribed to, and therefore chaos wasn't inherently evil, it merely was, and it's a natural order. Now, a lot of Catholic and, you know, Christian religions will also say that it's why you are supposed to, you know, chaos is a natural state of being, but in an entire meant to be faithful and achieve an enlightened state of being and, you know, become more one with God. You're supposed to have a more ordered being. That's a separate understanding, but it's not that chaos was evil, it just merely was. And I think this kind of chaos is tied to the, you know, lesser and tied to a more evil alignment in D&D, or in definitions of what alignment was in D&D, comes out of that same understanding, which I think is a problem. But and I have some very interesting understandings with the way they've redefined law in 5e, because now they're talking about there are paladins. What is it? There are what are the paladin? Look, there are some classes that I just don't think I've ever played, and paladin is one of them. Okay, so like there's Oath of Vengeance, we know Redemption Paladins, interesting. And then Oath of Conquest Paladins, who seek glory in battle and the subjugation of their enemies. It isn't enough for those paladins to establish order, they must crush the foes of chaos. So, okay, so they're lawful in the definition of truly lawful, as in not necessarily the laws of heaven, but the laws of man. Yeah, ultimate law is stagnation, while ultimate chaos is constant change and upheaval, and neither provide for a well-balanced development of existence and society of sapient species. Paladins who take this oath have the tenets of conquest seared on their upper arm, douse the flame of hope. It's not enough to merely defeat an enemy in battle. Your victory must be so overwhelming that your enemies... Okay, Am I... The blade can end a life, fear can end an empire. Rule with an iron fist. Once you have conquered, tolerate no dissent. Your word is law. Those who obey it shall be favored. Those who defy shall be punished, as an example of those who might follow. Why do we have... We have Siths! Okay. I've never understood Oath of Conquest, but that's just me. Oath of the Crown. Look, you can make an oath to a crown, and the law of the land is paramount, and therefore over the laws of heaven, and therefore you're bound to, you know, the law isn't necessarily the good. And this is a case where chaotic good might be better. Since you can be a paladin of various gods and goddesses, they were not all lawful good alignments. This is true, Coldrake. But in the gods in my world are all good, except maybe Vestru, which at most you could say is true neutral. Right? At the least, you know, because death merely is. It's neither good nor evil. It just is. It happens. But, so, you're probably not going to get an Oathbreaker. And definitely probably not an Oath of Conquest paladin. Anagig says, I know in 3.5, no matter what, they had to be lawful good. I didn't agree with that. Yeah, I don't agree that paladins have to be lawful good. I do think that they have to be more lawful. Or I think they have to be good or neutral. And if they're evil, like, you could probably have an evil paladin. Because how else do you get a Death Knight but an evil paladin? Am I right? I'm right. Yeah, you have to follow a set of rules. And I think to be a paladin, you have to be tied to both because think about the definition of the word paladin, because it's not just a fighter, right? You're not just a fighter. You have to have a dedication to an ethos and a sort of ascribed understanding of how this works. Yeah, there were anti-paladins. This is why I get a Death Knight, which, you know, some people play an adventure I wrote for Adventurers League might have to encounter a Death Knight. Maybe. I'm just saying. It might exist in that adventure. No spoilers, though. Not gonna spoil any of that. But it exists if you want to go find it. So yeah, I think for me, it's like, I don't play martial classes, so I've never been interested in a paladin, but I respect them for people who play them, and I have lots of respect for most paladins. But you have to have a tie to an ethos, and so I think one of the things that I disagree with in some of the things that they put into 5e is this, well, you don't actually have to believe in the gods or tied to a belief system. I'm like, no, bullshit. You may not have to believe, you don't have to believe in them because you know they exist. The world as it's defined in D&D, you know the gods exist. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, that's up to you, but you know they exist. Okay, so Open Sea, this is one I hadn't heard before. Oh, it's unofficial material. Oh, it's a Critical Role character. Oh, this is what Ford becomes. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, if you don't believe in... Exactly, Coldrake. If you don't believe in the gods, then you're just a fighter. Why are you being a paladin? Mark, I think you're right that the anti-paladins were in Dragon Magazine, and because I don't think from AD&D, I don't think they were a playable class because they were but they were statted, I think, as part of the monster manual for DMs. But I could be wrong too. So having them put in the Dragon Magazine for a playable class, when in the official material it was only for monsters or villains. I believe that's how that was originally written, but I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that. Okay. But yes, any questions, comments, queries, thoughts, concerns, quandaries, fears, and or inquiries as we, approach the 4-hour mark of our fun times together this evening? See, Coldrake went and found the exact Dragon magazine number 39. There you go. I don't have it. Or if I do, it's in a box somewhere. See, Mark's got it. Mark Coldrake. If you want to know about anti-paladins, look up Dragon magazine number 39. Yeah. See, how can you... It's like written into there. Becoming a paladin involves taking vows to commit the paladin to a cause of righteousness, an active path of fighting wickedness. The final oath then taken when he or she reaches 3rd level is the culmination of all the paladin's training. Some characters with this class don't consider themselves true paladins until they've reached 3rd level and made this oath. For others, the actual swearing of the oath is a formality, an official stamp on what has always been true in the paladin's heart. Like, if you don't want to have a belief system, don't play a paladin. Like, okay, they're go play a fighter. There are barbarians, fighters, monks, rangers, rogues. There are 5 other martial classes that you can play that don't have to do with having an ethos. Why would you... Yeah. I don't get it. And then the cleric. Well, we're not going to believe in anything. Why are you a cleric then? Like, if you don't want to be a priest, why are you even... Okay. Because my party needed a healer and that's why I'm going to play. No. Don't do that. In the same issue of Dragon Magazine, number 39, the next article after Anti-Paladin is The Problem of Morality in Fantasy. There you go. Conan's response to a god appearing in his face would probably be, if he bleeds, I can kill him. I mean, that's true. But if he doesn't bleed, then you can't kill him, and now you've just pissed him off. And now you have to deal with a pissed off god in your face. Okay. That's a thing that happens. That is a thing that exists. But do we have any further questions so far at the moment about the world of Agapia, and particularly the continent of Endios, or any of the nations that make it up? So, Unstable Dios, the question, how does one become a cleric or a paladin? Does the devotee seek the divine, or can the divine manifest to the would-be devotee? I'm going to say both. I like to keep my options open, and I like building that kind of story with my players. And I think some players would say, I don't want to, I could see some of my players going one way, and that they, a cleric or paladin could seek out the god and then prove their worth by actions and things, or the devotee could, or the god could just be like, I choose you, Pikachu. Because I have to be referential in this a lot. So yeah, I would say that it could go either ways, but I do believe it's something that both parties have to agree to, right? And I think that's some interesting things, which leads to a lot of interesting questions about warlocks in this world, and whether or not warlocks will be an interesting. Somebody playing a warlock could be interesting, particularly in a world that suffered a cataclysmic event caused by arcane magic, and you're like, you want to treat with the devil to get more power to do bad shit? I'm gonna shoot you. Mm-hmm. Unstable Dios. Then if the devotee's beliefs, morals change, can they part on amicable terms? I think it would depend on how they changed, right? Like, if you had a paladin, let's go back to our paladin if you had a paladin who is a oath, just a basic oath of devotion paladin, honesty, courage, compassion, honor, and duty, whatever. It's an oath of devotion paladin, probably the most lawful good of all paladins. And they suddenly want to become an Oathbreaker paladin. I'm gonna say the god's gonna be like, nah, man. We gave you that power because you said that you were going to follow what we said, and you are gonna go and act so counter to what we believe in. You swore me an oath. Oath have power. It's not just a promise. You swore an oath. No, I'm gonna take back everything I gave you. But if it's a, let's say, oath of devotion paladin who, for some, is dedicated to one of the gods, and through some sort of revelatory experience wishes to become an oath of watchers paladin to one of the other gods, then I would say that it could be a amicable parsing here. Well, Mark, thank you for coming and hanging out. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I try and keep things interesting and fun. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. I like thinking about things, and that's why I do these, world building streams, to think about the world in which I'm building. And then when my players interact with it, I have more experience and knowledge about what that's going to do. They're all going, the world, I like having, as a GM, one of the things I like to do as a GM is the world is moving. It's constantly in movement. It's constantly doing things. And just because the players maybe aren't dealing, like the joke, people talk about like sandbox and railroad and all of these kind of things. It's like, there are threads and options laid out for my players. But if they choose to ignore those options and maybe go a different route, then things will continue to happen in the background. Right? Like, okay, you didn't want to go save that village. Seems a shame. They were attacked and they were all murdered. Now you have to deal with that. Because the villains and the other people in my world are also going to be moving and portraying and doing things, and the players' actions are going to affect what the villains' actions are going to be. And perhaps, in my Witcher campaign, if, you do a bunch of stuff that possibly pisses off people, then a lot of things will happen like that. Mark says, I once played a paladin of Athena, and because she was vain and spiteful, he got into a disagreement with her and his powers were taken. But he stood his ground and eventually became a paladin of another deity, while Athena held a grudge and sent people after him. I mean, yes, it's possible. My gods in this world are less capricious and are not quite the more morally ambiguous figures in Greek and Roman pantheons. Instead, there are actually good and evil deities, and right now we're only talking about the good deities because things. Uh, Well, Coldrake, I'm glad I make you think. I'd like to try. Um, but yeah. Sorry, excuse me. Um, yeah, it's a dynamic living environment where, you know, my one of the things that it makes it easy for me to GM a lot is my I build my NPCs, I build my players, I build my NPCs, I build my villains. I know what my villains' goals and motivations and desires and wants are. And that way, there are things happening in the background. They're doing things. Whether the players interact with them at all has no bearing on what actually happens because those villains are doing what they want. Now, if the players change the world or do something different, like perhaps happened in Mechton, then different choices might be made. Yeah, exactly. The Regiment, which was another campaign that I ran here, set in the Peninsular campaign of the Napoleonic Wars, which was a hack of Good Society and Swords Chronicle. It's on the YouTube, but I'll actually pull up the specific playlist thread for you, Mark. It is here it is. It was a short campaign, 10 episodes. One of the things we did is had players playing multiple characters. It went a lot of fun, went some interesting places. Why are they out of order? Oh, no. This one goes down here. For some reason, I'm just looking at this playlist, and apparently the episodes were out of order, so now I fixed that. There you go. Yeah, other doc played in that game. Jim, other doc played in that game, was a wonderful character in that game, made some interesting choices, and a bunch of other people made some interesting choices that led to some things happening. Exactly. Things happened in character and behind the scenes, which is what I love. I like the world as a dynamic living being in place, and I like how it can make the whole story that everybody's building at the table together more impactful, more... No, actually, I don't have my own Discord, Mark. I hang out in Troopers Discord. I hang out in in a couple other people's Discords, but I don't have my own. Oh, I might eventually get to that point. But you're always welcome to kind of hang out here with us. We chat on these nights when we do this. Or when I stream by myself or anything else. Right now, I just have the YouTube. I might do that. I might. But it's so many Discords and so many people, and I don't people well all the time. That's not true. I like having conversations with people like this. I guess it is now 11 o'clock. we have about 1 more hour before I'm going to call it a night. I guess the only question is, do we have any other questions we want to ask about world building at the moment? Coldrake says, I'm in the Praxis in the TTRPG GM Witness Protection Program. I mean, maybe? Simon has a question. Simon asks, what the fuck is up with plants? I should point out that Simon has played in a off-stream game set in this world. And I take it as a point of personal pride in myself as a GM that I made a ranger hate plants. It's a point of personal pride for me. Oh, and nature in general. Apparently the ranger decided he hated nature in general. I didn't have a druid to make cry, but that might be my next goal. Simon is also an agent of chaos in the Witcher campaign. This is true. Simon's response is, the question is, when is he not? Also true. Oh, look, Jim returns. Jim, did you have some opinions about the regiment and the twists that apparently occurred there? So the name of the cataclysmic event is that they call it the Sundering. And it is similar to the Dark Sun setting. Not similar to the Dark Sun setting in most ways. I guess the only similarity is that there was a cataclysmic event, and this is set in a world after the cataclysm has happened. In this particular instance, unlike in Dark Sun, where traditionally in Dark Sun, if you're playing it, it's effectively like the entire world has been nuked and everyone's living in a nuclear wasteland after the fact. In this case, instead, during the event of the Sundering, which was caused by a war of a cabal of evil wizards who did a bunch of evil magic experiments, did a bunch of whole other horrible things, and at the same time took a bunch of chromatic dragons, and as part of their war said, fuck all y'all, I have chromatic dragons and we're going to use them to basically turn the continent into a super volcano, fuck off. And so the survivors leave what was the continent of Arabia, and is now the archipelago of Arabia, and turned to Endios, which is the western continent. And the peoples that are, the nations that exist now are all based on survivor refugees from this old empire. So, where are we? Jim said... So people are asking Jim about the regiment, and thank you, Jim, I'm glad you appreciated it. And Jim said, Coldrake said that Prax was talking about dynamic living game environments, and I tossed out the regiment, and Jim's response was, yeah, I liked that Prax basically leaned into things that we were doing and was able to keep her plot consistent at the same time. I mean, yes, because the world existed, and I had a lot of fun with it. Yeah, Mark. That's how orcs exist in this world. And why the only... elves, and I'm using elves and orcs in the more Tolkien definition of an existence of them versus the more D&D existence. So in the So Jim says, like, I basically generated the idea of a soiree, and a good portion of plot ended up happening there. It did. It did indeed. If you want to have, one of the things I think that a lot of GMs don't let happen is they're like, well, we either have to be on railroads, or the world is so vast that this is the only thing that can happen here, and this is the only thing that can happen here, and I have to be focused and do all of these things. I'm like, just let the world happen. You know what if you know what the motivations are for your villains and NPCs, then the actions of the players are going to have a effect on the world, and you can play with that and just have fun. At the end of the day, it's all about having fun at the table. I was also very happy when I caught on to the hints that she was dropping about the Scots. I mean, oh yeah, I turned that command off at the moment, Coldrake, but there was indeed a command for our dear friend, Lieutenant Valentine has cursed Willoughby Ingram. Hello, Hawkeye, welcome in. We're talking about some world building in my D&D campaign. And the fact that you know, how letting your villains and NPCs operate in the background is a good way to go. I try and do that in all of the campaigns and games I run. I've done, yeah, you know, The Regiment, The Witcher, Blue Rose. Oh, good. I'm glad. Did you have fun at Shakespeare in the Park? What did you... I saw that you were going to Twelfth Night. One of my favorite Shakespeare plays. The Scots are into everything. Now, to be fair, it was also Jacobeans, which is even better. Jacobites, excuse me. Not Jacobeans, but Jacobites. Which is even more fun. I'm glad you had fun, Hawkeye. I'm glad you had fun. But... I'm not going... Oh, going back to the original point, which was people asking questions about the world, and if you had any more world-building-y questions you wanted me to answer about this game that I'm building, and Simon's question about what the fuck up is with plants, I'm not going to answer that question, Simon, because you as a player didn't find out, and you never know, that might be a thing that existed in the game that the players are going to have to deal with. Or maybe one of those players already dealt with the problem because they're all level 14 and, you know, they had to have some adventures. Simon, are any of my players still in chat? I think Pope is still in chat. Lynn was around, also in chat. There, my players have been... You know, a couple of my players have already been told. See, Pope and Lynn are both here. Now you can tell them anything you want. Simon is saying the plants always win. Jim also says, oh yes, I did. I like helping people find things out and discuss it. So when the questions are about world are answered, what did you have planned for the last hour? Crit says so Simon says, don't touch any plants. Don't touch the plants. Any plant. Crit's response is, just lick them or smoke them. Sure, it's fine. I mean, maybe. Assuming you didn't have any questions. Oh, I'm actually going to... I have a character to stat out that I'm going to that I needed to build as an NPC. I haven't done yet because we've been doing a couple of them, and, you know, I have one more to do. So, if we are at that point, I think we should go ahead and add our dear friend King Kalfani. Um, no, you did, we did the Shield Lord Adama and Queen Zakia, but we didn't actually do King Kalfani. Um, because there, I can show you. I can show you who's. What? Why did you not save? There we go. Save changes. See? I can show you. Boop. Not gonna let anybody see any of that. That would be spoilery. But see, we've got King Kalfani, the Shield Lord Adama, and Queen Zakia. Yes. So, this is, King Kalfani is the king of Walaba. And Walaba practices gender-neutral primogeniture, which basically means the firstborn, inherits regardless of gender. And the, they also practice polygamy, frequently, and specifically it is believed that the monarch of Walaba should have both a male and female consort, regardless of their own gender, so that they, for religious purposes and personification, because the king also acts as the high cleric and high priest in various religious rites, which is why Kalfani is a cleric. So we need to build a nice high-level cleric, but we're going to build a nice martial cleric, I think. I think. My collection, my characters. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate that compliment. Jim says, but yes, walking that tightrope of making a setting feel like it's a living thing with its own agendas while maintaining the PC's agency in the sense that they're shaping the plot is no mean thing, and Prax is very good at it. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. So yes, this is the character sheet. We're just, that's not what I want. Go away. I want that button. Yes, polygamy is also an interesting solution to the instability of hereditary monarchy. Also, you know, it might also be a good way to ensure, you know, lack of inbred and lots of things that come from. All right, so we have, okay, going forward. Kalfani is a human. No, he is not. Kalfani is a half-elf. No, he can't be a half-elf. No, he's gonna be... Yeah, he's gonna be half-elf. But he was a more complicated version of a half-elf. We'll go with the high half-elf, because that'll be the easiest one to work with what we're doing. It's complicated because usually elves have their own... The last bastion of the elves is Yoraba, which is down here and is the city-state, and elves don't usually... if there is a half-elf born, they try and bring their child, regardless of parentage, back to Yoraba, mostly because they believe that it's better for their development, both physiologically and sociologically. You know, a half-elf may not come to maturity until they're 100 years old, in which case their human parent is probably dead. So, charisma by 2, we're going to give wisdom and intelligence a boost. Dark vision, fey, ancestry, language, and we're going to give him celestial, because it doesn't really matter. Prax also gets... What smirk? What, pray tell, smirk are you talking about, Coldrake? half-elf of Moon Elf or Sun Elf descent can forego skill versatility, instead choose the High Elf's weapon training or cantrip. Oh, I have many smirks according to Pope. No, we'll go with cantrip. I think it would be appropriate for reasons to say that his bonus cantrip is going to be I like the idea of it just being a really, really basic kind of encode thoughts isn't a bad one. Putting your finger to the head, you pull a memory, an idea, or message from your mind and transform it into a tangible string of glowing energy. Maybe not. Perhaps instead it will be let's give him a message. We'll give him a message. Elves stealing babies, perpetuating the old wives' tale about changelings being left behind. Not necessarily stealing, because they are party to more like suing for custody on grounds of reasons. We're going to go cleric. Add class. He's going to go straight cleric. Level 16 cleric. We're going to roll 16d8. Or excuse me, roll 15d8. / R 15d8 plus 8. 70. Kind of didn't roll well. But oh well. $70. So 102. What's the average? We'll take it up to 100. You know, we'll round up to 112. There we go. This is my smirk. There are many like it, but this one's mine. I mean, fair. It's the DM version of a poker tell. Maybe, but sometimes, as opposed to playing poker, which I also do, it might be intentional. Proficiencies. We know that they have history in persuasion because they are noble. We're leaving his background as noble. So we're going to give him insight and religion because I don't think he needs a lot of medicine as the king, right? Divine domain. War or grave. No, I'm not going to go Twilight. War or grave. What do you think? You know what? I feel like this is a poll question. We should poll the audience. Come here, poll. I want to poll the audience. Polls. Edit. Type of cleric. Welcome, AP Temo. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. We're building some things. So give me a sec. Let me add this. What? What did I say? War or grave? Did I say war or grave? Yes, I said war or grave. So we're going to add this poll. We're going to start the poll now. We'll give it about 3 minutes, 4 minutes. You should be able to see the vote in chat. There we go. Okay, so a grave cleric. Show more. Choose one. Each domain, circle of mortality. First level, you gain the ability to manipulate the line between life and death. When you would normally roll one or more dice to restore hit points, the spell to a creature at 0 points, you instead use the highest number possible for each die. Ives of the Grave. You gain the ability to occasionally sense the presence of the undead. You also can use Spare the Dying from a distance as a cantrip. You don't have to touch, which can be really kind of great. At Death's Door, at 6th level, you gain the ability to impede Death's progress as a reaction. When you or a creature you can see within 30 feet suffers a critical hit, you can turn that hit into a normal hit. Any effects triggered by that critical are cancelled. Destroy Undead, Potent Spellcasting, Divine Intervention, Eyes of the Grave. Yeah. Till the end of your next turn, you know the location of any undead within 60 feet of you that isn't behind total cover and isn't protected from divination magic. This sense doesn't tell you anything about the creature's capabilities or identity. Yeah, okay, fine. Domain spells, False Life, Gentle Repose, Ray of Enfeeblement, blah 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 blah. Where is the official... Path of the Grave? That's the... Mark another creature's life force for termination. As their action, you choose one creature you can see within 30 feet of you, cursing it until the end of your next turn. The next time you or an ally of yours hits the creature, cursed creature with an attack, the creature has vulnerability to all of the attack's damage, and then the curse ends. So where are we at? We're at... let's give it another couple minutes. War... gets bonus proficiencies in martial and heavy weapons. Your god delivers bolts of inspiration to you while you're engaged in battle. When you use an attack action, you can make a one-weapon attack as a bonus action. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier. Fun times. So, last 10 seconds, and then we'll close the poll. Although, it seems to be soundly in favor of one versus the other at the moment. Go ahead, AP, go ahead, ask a question. If it's off, if it's too, we like questions here. All right. You can no longer vote. Let's complete the poll. War 1. Are we surprised? It's war. Alright, so we're gonna go War Cleric. Oh. Have a good one, Crit. How good one goes. How easy is it to contact deities? Or yeah. How is the easiest way to do it? Would be through prayer and probably certain rituals. How easy is it to do? Depends on who you are, right? Like a high-level cleric might be easier to do that, or a high-level paladin might be easier to do than, you know, a street urchin. But that doesn't mean that they aren't necessarily going to be heard. It just means that perhaps their actions, the gods in my world, in the world that I'm building in this game, are going to be limited in the fact that they won't be able to intercede without an agent or a champion in the real world. So like a god can't reach down and pluck a street urchin off the street and, you know, just make his life infinitely better. There needs to be somebody that will help or do the actions for them. All right, so bonus proficiencies. Contact Other Plane is a spell. It is indeed. You're a level 2 ranger and a level 1 rogue high elf, want to contact the god Vecna? Vecna will, in most campaigns, Vecna will hear you. You don't necessarily want that. Also, that would be about your GM. That's the big thing, right? Your GM is going to be the one that's going to decide whether or not that would work. And maybe your GM is okay with you contacting Vecna because that just means that Vecna has his eye on you now. All right. Yeah, Vecna might eat you before you get to ask a question. All right. So I'm going to give him a feat because I believe that he deserves this feat. It's a very important feat that I believe every spellcaster should take, but more importantly for a war cleric should have Warcaster. Unless you have his eye. Oh, you want to become a lich? I mean, go right ahead. He gonna maybe help you on that. He might just decide that you're tasty. It depends on how much chaos he's in the mood for, and also how your GM is going to rule and play Vecna. Ability score improvement. We took a feat. Ability score improvement at level 8. We're going to improve our wisdom. Well, actually, we shouldn't. We have to roll. We have to roll. Here we go. And I have a thing. I'm just gonna do the thing and do it the easy way. We need stats for our charming cleric king. Oof, I'm gonna re-roll that 6 though. That's better. That's a lot better. Okay, so 16 215s. So we know the 16's going in wisdom. We've got a 15 in intelligence, and we're gonna go a 15 in, what did I give him, a bonus in charisma? Oh, he starts with a bonus in charisma. Yeah, we're gonna go here. And then, what did we got? What did we roll? We rolled a 14 and a 13 and a 9. I'm gonna say, ooh, do we dump step? Yeah, 14, 13. There we go. He, dump stats dex. Which is hilarious because he's an elf. But what do you expect? Have a good night. No, have a good night, Hawkeye. Get some rest. Glad the Shakespeare was fun. Armor is a thing. Yeah, exactly. Armor is a thing. So what is his actual stats at right now? So we're gonna go wisdom, and bump dex, or bump wisdom and bump charisma on this ability score. Wisdom, charisma, and then this one we're just gonna bump wisdom and wisdom, and what does that give us? That gives us, yeah, so wisdom's a 20, charisma's an 18, intelligence is a 16. Yeah, and then the last one we're gonna, do we give him another feat or do we bump dex and strength? I think we bump dex and strength. I mean, Maybe he has mithril armor. Unfortunately, right now there's only one mine for mithril, and that's being controlled by the dwarves. Um, yeah, okay, so he's got 112 hit points. He's not horribly beefy, but he's okay. He's got a shield lord husband and a barbarian ranger wife. It's fine. Who also acts as his bodyguard. We're bumping his clerical, not clerical, but cleric. Spells. We should, known spells. Here we go. So his always prepared spells are Divine Favor, Shield of Faith, Magic Weapon, Spiritual Weapon, Spirit Guardians, Freedom of Movement, Stone Skin, Flame Strike, and Hold Monster. A free character builder for 5e that you can get condensed character sheets from. Like I use D&D Beyond, or I build in directly into the character sheet in Roll20. I've never used Aurora. So I don't know. Oh, well, he gets Spirit Guardians. These are all the spells he has prepared based, always prepared because it's part of his, you know, class. So let's start with his cantrips, right? How many cantrips? He gets 5 cantrips. Well, he's going to take Toll the Dead. He's going to take Resistance. He's going to take Spare the Dying. And 2 more. Word of Radiance. And, no worries, Mark. I just honestly don't know. I mean, I know that there are people that are, that do... Yeah, maybe Mending. I like giving him, like, 1 random spell. First level. 21 spells. Well, Ceremony. He has to have Ceremony. And Bless and Bane for reasons. Command for same reasons. Cure Wounds. Always Prepared. Divine Favor. Healing Word. Protection from Good and Evil. Purify Food and Drink. Sanctuary. Sanctuary! Yeah, exactly. He's the king. He needs Ceremony. Borrowed Knowledge. What the heck is that? You draw on knowledge from spirits past. Oh, that actually works because they do practice a form of ancestor worship. That works. Gentle Repose, definitely. Ritual. Prayer of Healing, yes. Look, I give all of my casters, if they can take it, silence just because. I actually think that makes sense. Oh, and Zone of Truth. Beacon of Hope. Yes. Beacon of Hope is one of those low-level spells that is just, you need it as a cleric. I'm gonna say Glyph of Warding, because Glyph of Warding is great. I did a lot of things with Glyph of Warding. Remove Curse. Revivify. He doesn't take Speak with Dead. And Mass Healing Word, because he's a king and he can do that. Wait, I only have... Ooh, I have too many spells. Too many spells. Gonna have to get rid of some first level spells. Ooh. I don't need Bane and Bless at the moment. And I don't think he needs Purify Food and Drink. But at the same time, he doesn't need a lot of these 4th level spells. So, oh, he'll take banishment. And he doesn't need... Can I get rid of a 2nd level spell? Yeah, I'll get rid of silence. And... Prayer of Healing for right now. 5th level. Yeah, he's gonna take Hallow. And... Commune, because that is one of my favorite rituals for clerics. Holy Weapon. Oh no, he would take Holy Weapon because he's got some things that are going on. Any other 1st level spells I can ditch? Holy Weapon and Bless, if you target the same person, are dope. It's one of my favorite cleric as buff all of the things. Combinations. Yeah, I'm not going to take Sanctuary. I forgot, it's Sanctuary, not Shield of Faith. He already has Shield of Faith, so it's not a problem. 6th level, did I take any 6th level spells? I don't think so. Look, here's a great thing. If you can cast Word of Recall on a location that you build into a Glyph of Warding, that's just dope as hell. It means you're totally... And then, of course, you can carve Forbiddance as a Glyph of Warding all over a place. Just saying. Not going to give Forbid. We'll come back to that. I want to know what 7th level and 8th level spells. Symbol. And Symbol is even better than Glyph of Warding. There you go. There you go. Symbol can be a lot of fun. I'm just saying. I know a thing I did with Symbol to mess with people's minds. Temple of the Gods. What's that? You cause Temple to Temple is must make all decisions in the Temple. So this is a spell that I sit here and go, this is where I think the writers at WotC don't understand, and I don't agree with some of the things that they're doing, because it's sitting here going, okay, so basically you've taken Mordenkainen's Magnificent Mansion. It's like, okay, but that's a wizard spell, and clerics can't have it, but we want something really similar that clerics can have, so we're going to create Temple of the Gods, which is the exact same thing, almost, down into the whole thing, into the description, but it's just going to be different. Just, it's a cleric spell and not a wizard spell. Maybe you should just, you know, make complicated choices. I'm not going to give him Temple of the Gods. I might give him, you know, what 8th level spells can we give him? Holy Aura. Dim life, advantage on all saving throws and all other creatures. Disadvantage on attack rolls. Oh yeah, he'd take Holy Aura. He's taking Holy Aura. Yeah, and there it can be made permanent, you are correct. And it can, you know, you have less, but no, but you have equal control over the space. If you go Temple of the Gods, you cause a temple to shimmer into existence on the ground you can see within. Temple must fit into an unoccupied cube of space up to 125 feet on each side. The temple remains until the spell ends. It is dedicated to whatever god, pantheon, or philosophy is represented by the holy symbol used in the casting. You make all decisions about the temple's appearance. The interior is enclosed by floor, walls, and a roof, with one door granting access. Only you and the creatures you designate, you know, the interior and as many windows as you wish. You decide whether the temple is illuminated, whether the illumination is bright or dim, the smell of burning incense, how you describe... I mean, you have to limit it to the description of a temple, but it's still your description of whatever the temple is. Oh yes, and yeah, you can, when a creature in the temple regains hit points from a spell of first level or higher, the creature regains additional hit points equal to your wisdom modifier. So you basically take a life cleric and give everybody the ability. And it blocks ethereal traffic. Disintegrate spell destroys the temple instantly. Casting the spell in the same spot every day for a year makes this effect permanent, which actually helps. Which actually happens with Mordenkainen's Mordenkainen as well. The Magnificent Mansion. If you cast the Magnificent Mansion in the same place perpetually for a year, it will happen. It will become permanent. It's not the material. Neither is the Magnificent Mansion. I mean, it is, I guess, on the material plane as opposed to an ethereal plane. Temple is made from opaque magical force that extends into the ethereal plane, thus blocking out ethereal travel into the temple's interior. Nothing can physically pass through the temple's exterior. It can't be dispelled by dispel magic. An anti-magic field has no effect on it. A disintegrate spell destroys it. I don't know that there is an easy way to please Vecna AP Tempo. You know, I know different GMs play Vecna differently, and therefore would have different perspectives on it. I'm going to give them... I'm going to give them Word of Recall for a particular reason. And then... I'm going to give them... Mass Cure Wounds are currently prepared. That's their spells prepared. They were 36 spells prepared. When you get to be a 16th level cleric, you have a massive number of spells. Noble background. Yeah, that doesn't change. That's not a big deal. Equipment. Remove item. Remove item. Well, it doesn't really matter, actually. His equipment isn't going to move. Oh, no. I'm happy to answer questions, AP. It just... The questions that you're asking, I'm sorry I can't be more helpful. It really comes down to how your GM is wanting to or willing to play certain characters. Yeah, you can, and that's okay to ask questions and learn about the game and learn from people. But some of these things are very personal, personally tailored to each gameplay. Like for me, Vecna, interesting person, really doesn't care about a lot of people. All he cares about is his shit. And so he's is equally likely to just say fuck off as to say sure, fine, I'll help you. Or eat you. That's also always a possibility. Okay, what have we got? We have, first of all, for stats, we have attributes. He's got 14, 10, 14, 16. Um. Yeah, is it better to contact Vecna or Orcus? Um, do you like to live? Yeah, Orcus is probably gonna eat you. That's a general answer. You know, just because Orcus is a thing. Um, because Orcus just hates everyone. I mean, he hates everyone equally, at least. Um, Prince of Undeath. Exactly. He really doesn't like living people. Rassilon C, you know, is a thing. Yeah, sometimes you need to work your way up to the ultimate death god ladder. That's also a possibility. Um, 0, 5, 3, 2, 4, history, 8, insight, 10. Yes, all that the magical power. Investigation, 3, medicine, 5, nature, 3. Performance. He's also really charismatic, which I think makes sense because he's, you know, a king. He's a cleric and a king. He's gotta do both things, right? He's gotta do both. He doesn't have any vulnerability, immunity. He's condition immunities, charmed, magical sleep, and he can 5 is proficiency bonus. Not mess anything up. No. Okay. Not Demi-Lich if you like limbs. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. And now we're into the discussion of how to build a lich, everyone. Or how to attract the attention of a lich. It's a spellcasting NPC, has bonus actions, has reactions. Warlock of the Undying, it's the easiest path. I mean, that would get you a lot of attention. Global attack. Magic attack modifier is 5. Caster level is 16. Spell save DC is 18. Cool. Inventory. Don't worry about. Features and traits. Cool. Don't trust the clone spell after Mansoon. I mean, that's fair. Why can you... Look, where are we at? Where are we at? A carriage ride through the cemetery? Or why, when you can seamlessly transmigrate your soul to either a clone or another spell, or another person, magic jar, you would would even want to become a lich. I mean, lichdom does grant the ability to resurrect your physical body, so you don't have to worry about, you know, complications therein of getting someone else. Um, so, you know. That would be a thing that you might do. I love giving player NPCs turn undead. Um, Personally, I'd rather, if you're talking Forbidden Realms, just living normally and then spending eternity on an outer plane becoming a CR 15 plus creature by doing virtually nothing. I mean, that's not wrong. Not wrong. Not wrong. I used to have a skull of a player for one. What? Oh, yeah. I heard about that, where it's made to prevent them from killing you. Um, or a vampire. I mean, that's fair. All of these are things that are not inherently wrong. Bonus actions. War Priest is a bonus action. Bonus action. When you use your attack action, you can make one weapon attack as a bonus action. War Priest. There you go. 2 attacks. War Priest. It doesn't. Not really attack. Reaction. War God's Blessing. Where are we at now, guys? Just send a send a DM to your, message your DM. And that's one of the things, like, we were talking about this earlier, but one of the things that I really love doing and I'm really excited about for this game in particular is the fact that my players are very excited by this game. And I've been talking with a bunch of my players in particular about how this game is going to go, where they think that they want to do. All of these things are something, you know, I've been getting emails and messages, and your DM is always going to be willing to chat with you, talk about the game, talk about what your character wants to do, how your character works in the world, a bunch of things like that. And what it allows for the what allows the GM to do is know what you want, right? Like, one of the big things, that most important things that you as a player should do is communicate with your GM. A GM can create the world, can help run the game, can do a bunch of stuff, but they need you to also be willing to communicate with them about what you want, right? Like, how do you think this world is going to be, what living in this world and all of these things? Have a good night, Simon. Enjoy your, well, good luck on whatever you're doing. I don't know exactly what you're doing, so I'm hopeful that things are going well. When you gain one. The DM can also steer you into the plot, right? Exactly. Like, that's the thing. That's one of my favorite things right now about the players that I've been talking to and things that we've been discussing is, um, you know, plot things are coming up and things are being created that I am so excited for. Um, Coming up in the near future. Um, Exactly. That's the other thing is like your GM might have a different background for what they think Vecna is, or who they think Vecna is, or for any of the other high-powered liches that basically have become gods in and of themselves because they're just that OP as hell. Um, so like I said, there's lots of ways you could do this. Okay. Oh, yeah, we didn't give him armor. That's what we forgot. We need to go back and actually do go back and go to the equipment and remove all of this stuff. Like, is important. Who needs armor? A war cleric, uh, a warhammer, chainmail, simple weapon. I like the idea of him also he has got a warhammer and chainmail. I also like the idea of him having a spear. Mm. A shield and a holy symbol. Just an amulet. It's fine. Starting equipment, cool. Let's give him other possessions. Let's go current inventory. Fast character only gave me the 16th level cleric a mace, a shield, and an AC of 14. I mean, no. Items. Let's go with some armor here. He's got magical armor. And he's proficient. No common armors. And magical and what? I want something cool. I think we can give him something fun, right? Like something really fun. Mithril or adamantine? Yeah. You can wear full plate too. Why would... Dragon Guard. +1 AC. Creative grants the weird advantage on saving throws against the breath of weapons of creatures the dragon type. Nah. Don't have dragons. Wouldn't have that. Hasn't been a thing. Full plate and shield. Yeah, he's gonna get full plate because Oh, we might give him Mizium plate. Yeah, he's not gonna have Dwarven Plate. I like the idea of Mizium Plate. Here. There, he's got Mizium Plate. The reason to have artificers. Well, or you can just have... Okay, we don't need to have both, and he can wear that. And he can wear his shield. And I need to find an appropriate weapon for him, because I have an idea. It needs to be a hammer. A war hammer. And I like the idea of him having a Warhammer of Warning. There we go. He's got a Warhammer of Warning. Wield. Cool. So now, what is his AC? This is a better... Mizium Plate. You don't necessarily need, you know, inventory. Mizium Plate. Here we go. Gives, you know, going to add that to... The other thing is to always pay attention to, it's a lineage artifact. Exactly. For reasons. I also like to do interesting things with my lineage artifacts, and I like the idea of, you know, giving magical weapons and magical items to my players. I was talking earlier, one of the things I'm doing for this game is I'm building for each player a legendary item. They each get one legendary item, and I'm going to purposely build it based on the character that they're playing. I've built 2 already. They're going to be dope as hell. I have an idea for the 3rd, and then I have 3 more players who haven't decided yet, and so when we eventually get to that point, they'll tell me what they want, and I will go ahead and build it. And I am looking forward to it. It's Wallaba. Magic in Wallaba is entirely okay. It is a melee weapon. It has a 5-foot reach. I'm also going to give him a magic spear. It's great. Damage is 1d8 on a hit. Wait. Oh, it's versatile. So you can have... There you go. 1d8 plus 2 bludgeoning. Or it's a versatile, which means it could be to hit you need a action. Hello. You need a +7 to hit, and it's 1 target. Or it is 1d10 plus 2. At least as it's defined in certain places, but it might be different in this particular world. Plus, there's an entire special dwarven city that's most of the dwarven cities nobody knows about, so I have ways of getting the Mizium without talking about it. Did that actually work? Alright. Now let's see if this rolls correctly. We're gonna see if this rolls right. An attack, well, that's shit. But, 8 damage. No, because it's... No, that needs to work. Alright, so we need to figure out how this works. 1d8. Alright, let's try this. Let's try this again. Have you ever introduced new players into your campaigns in games? Yes. When it, 2? Okay. So, that at least got me the d8. On hit, 1d8 plus 2. Let's try this again. So that's 8 damage. That's better. No, it's okay, Jim. You can always come and go as you wish. It's always good. All the remaining continents still standing. It's time to break out the ruffles. No, the remaining continents are still standing. We're just building our war priest, King Kalfani, who's the king of Wallaba. Here is Wallaba in Bakara. And because we built his 2 spouses last time. How do we get... Because it's not a second attack. Let's try that. Okay, so 8 or plus 8 is what they're saying. Okay, so it could be either 8 or 8. We'll just go with how that works. That's how that works. Good to know how that builds. Yes, yes. Oh, it's 2d plus 2d8. Yeah, I would just have to remember a thing. Okay, that just means I have to remember. When you gain the ability to infuse energy once on each of your turns. Okay, so why don't I make it 3d8? 1d10 plus 2d10 plus 2d10 plus 2. Alright, so let's try this last roll. He attacks really well. Either 19, 3d8 plus 2, or 10, 2d... Whoa, I gave it 2d10. I want 2d8, not 2d10. There we go, that's better. Alright. Math is fun, everybody. Yeah, so 3d8 or... That was roll crap. Alright. But I believe that is our wonderful, wonderful... Oh, wait, his senses. He has dark vision. He has... Cool. Cool. Now I have built out... I just haven't added the spells, but that's something I will do later. But it is now 12:15. We've been going for a while here, everybody. I think it is now time for us to say goodbye for tonight. I feel like we were successful in what I wanted to accomplish. I feel really good about chatting with you all and getting some stuff done. What are we... I might do another one of these maybe in the near future, but we'll see. Tomorrow I'll probably play some video games. Maybe not. We'll find out. But I will be streaming again tomorrow. And I will be, so I'll be back tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern, maybe to see where things go. And then, I'll figure out what I'm doing. Maybe play some Jedi Fallen Order. I think I'll play some Jedi Fallen Order. Or maybe do some more of this, because this is always fun. I do enjoy this. We'll be back on Wednesday with the episode 4 of our Zweihander campaign, The Long Retreat. And, you know, the retreat has begun. The retreat has begun. Time to run. Away from... Away. It's time to run away. Exit. Stage left, even. And then might do some video game streaming during the week. I might not. Depends on how busy my schedule is. And then July 30th will be our premiere here at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific of Agapia, a Song of Agapia's Fortune. And we will see where our world takes us. But we should share some love, and for that I think what we should do is see if anybody's still up at the moment, and send them some love. Go raid. Who we got? Ooh, we could go raid Little Couple Joe. She's just starting. And she's a wonderful voice actress and does the Otome games, so and visual novels. So we'll go give her some love. Until next time, everybody. Bye.